Yesterday it was the Bolsheviks, the anarchists, the subversives, the communists. Today it's the terrorists, it's the KGB infiltrators. You remember that all through 1982 and 83? The peace movement, it's infiltrated by the KGB. Those millions of Americans out there are just mindless puppets. Those millions of Americans who are calling for a bilateral, verifiable nuclear freeze, those millions of Americans who voted in referenda in 9 states and in hundreds and hundreds of townships across the country for a nuclear freeze that was virtually, in its wording, identical. By the way, the Soviets passed a nuclear freeze, another hidden story, another story that the media never told us. And the Supreme Soviet unanimously passed a proposition supporting a nuclear freeze. The Politburo of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union unanimously passed a proposition calling for bilateral verifiable nuclear freeze. A freeze on all weapons, testing and production, and then you can start bringing it down. Verifiable with teams, on-site inspections, all that sort of thing. And when those millions do it here, the President of the United States gets up and he red baits them, and he marginalizes them, and he trivializes them, and he ignores them. Just as Hitler used the Jews. You know, Hitler would turn to a country that was under a real internal threat, and that threat, again, was the crisis of capitalism in Weimar Germany. A crisis of a runaway inflation, of unemployment, of an economy that wasn't working, of a few giant cartels that was squeezing and strangling that economy. And Hitler turned around and said, you know who's causing your problems? He turned to the workers and the poor, and he said, it's the Jewish bankers. And he turned to the small merchants and he said, you know who's causing your problems? It's the big Jewish department store owners and the Jewish trade unions. And he turned to the farmers and he said, it's the Jewish usurers. And he turned to the veterans and the military and he said, it's the communists and the Jewish communists and the Jewish trade unions, all that sort of thing. The conjuring up of irrelevant enemies to evade that confrontation and challenge that we should be making. The Germans knew they were getting ripped off, but if they moved against the cartels, they would be moving in a genuinely revolutionary direction. And so they chose to move against irrelevant enemies. At least a substantial minority of them did. The specter of socialism haunts the United States not so much as a direct revolutionary threat. I mean, you can't say that socialism is about to come to state power in the U.S. But since 1917, as an example of another social order that is free of unemployment, serious inflation, and serious deprivation. As it becomes, ladies and gentlemen, more evident that capitalism will not and cannot solve the basic life maintenance problems of its people, that capitalism causes greater immiseration among peoples in the third world, that the growth of capital investment in the third world has not led to a development in those worlds, and that's why I never call them the developing countries. I don't know why people use those phrases. They are the maldeveloped countries. That what comes with that investment is greater immiseration for the mass of the people, actually fewer jobs, less access to the land, and more oppression. As that becomes evident, so the media then must tirelessly paint a negative picture of socialist societies. Anti-Sovietism is also very important to justify the massive escalation in military spending. Since he's been in office, Ronald Reagan has spent $2 trillion on military spending. That's more than all the other presidents put together. Since Ronald Reagan has been in office, he's been the wildest, wild-eyed, craziest, wildest, maddest spender in the history of our country. The national debt, which was $900 billion when he came into office, and the largest peacetime debt ever rolled up, I think, was Jimmy Carter's $60 billion one year, maybe $80 billion the other year. Every year he has produced budget deficits. Did I say debt? I mean the largest deficit. Deficit is your yearly, in the red, deficit. The debt is the accumulation of all those deficits. $900 billion national debt. When Ronald Reagan leaves office, it will be $2,700 billion, or $2.7 trillion. He will have tripled the national debt. He will have added more to the national debt than all the other presidents in the history of the United States put together, peacetime and wartime. Jimmy Carter's biggest debt of $80 billion is less than half of Ronald Reagan's smallest debt of $170 billion. This year's deficit, Reagan's deficit this year is $220 billion, a record. We're going off the charts. And if you draw these deficits, the presidents, different presidents, and you draw them, I wish I had a blackboard, you'd see FDR, he fought World War II, there was a lot of deficit spending, Truman, and then you get to Eisenhower, small, and it goes like that, and Ford and Nixon, suddenly bigger, Carter, and then you get Reagan's, and it goes off the chart. It will just go off the chart. You would need a special kind of paper to put it on. And they call him the Teflon president. He's not the Teflon president. They let him get away with all that because he treats them good. Because that debt was piled up from two sources. One, the massive escalation in military spending, and two, the massive tax cuts to the rich and to the big corporations in this country, with little cuts to the little guys. He gave little things to the little people and big favors to the big people. And that's where the debt comes. So how does he finance it all? We now see how he's able to do it. And through all that time, he cut from human services $140 billion he has cut from human services. That $140 billion will keep the Pentagon going for less than 4 months today, what the Pentagon is now spending every year. And that was cut. The hundreds of millions of dollars cut from the Women's, Infants, and Children program, from the supplementary social income program, which was for the most desperate people in our society, the disabled, the aged, the blind, the deaf. The WIC program, Women's, Infant, Children, was for those people, those kids who were starving, who couldn't even qualify for welfare or food stamps or weren't getting anything. It was like emergency aid. And he's cutting that stuff, and he cuts peanuts. And when you look at what he saved a few $100 million, enough to buy a few more tanks. That's what he's gotten out of that. And all that cutting, all that attack on human services doesn't amount to peanuts compared to what you spend on the military. Because human services amount to tens of millions and hundreds of millions, whereas the military is hundreds of billions. And that's the difference. Well, to justify that kind of spending, you got to have an enemy out there. To justify the kind of spending that can give Winfred Rockefeller, owner of McDonnell Aircraft, a 30-40% profit with guaranteed cost overruns with non-competitive bids on the contracts, to justify 2 pairs of pliers that the Pentagon buys that cost $2,700 and change. I don't remember exact price. $2,700 for 2 pairs of pliers the Pentagon bought last year. Did you see that item in the Washington Post? But the tough, hard-nosed Pentagon bargainers got it down to $1,400, a real steal. To justify that kind of thing, you've got to have a real enemy out there, and a big enemy, big bad bear enemy. And the one thing you don't want to do then is go out there and negotiate and reduce your armaments with him. What do you do? How do you come back to your people and say, okay, next year we've got to spend $400 billion? That's what Cap Weinberger is trying to do. He's saying, if we get rid of our nuclear weapons, then we'll have to double and triple our conventional forces because they're so much greater and more powerful in conventional forces than we are. Another lie which the media is dutifully, uncritically repeating again and again. In fact, and my source would be General Nino Paste, a NATO general. Paste, who used to be in and out of the Pentagon here, who now can't get a visa to come here because he had a change of heart. He's retired. He's become a senator in the Italian Senate, independent senator. Wrote a book on Euro missiles and points out that, in fact, in conventional forces, the NATO forces are as effective, if not better, than the Warsaw forces. That in some weapons, like tanks and some other conventional artillery weapons, they got more than we have. But in other weapons, like land missiles and striking power and whatever else, we are we are superior in terms of the NATO forces are superior in terms of being able to defend, and even in actual numbers. Yet again and again it's reported that these conventional forces would be a threat, making people anxious about getting rid of their nuclear weapons. What would disarmament and peace do to our economy? What would that do to the process of capital demand and capital investment formation, which is the main function of military-industrial complex? What would that do to profits and capital accumulation? So you've got to have out there that big menace. You also have to have that menace because you have to make the world safe for hypocrisy. You have to make the world safe for multinational corporate investment in places like Central America. And how can you convince the American people that you're in Central America to make the world safe for Exxon and ITT and Chase Manhattan? So you say you're there to fight, to defend national security. But how do you convince them that a tiny country like El Salvador or Nicaragua is a threat to our national security? The image of the Sandinista 50,000 person army cutting a swath up through Guatemala, Mexico, through the heartland of the U.S. and coming right here to Amherst and dancing with your sister. The image strains one's credulity. Walter Lippmann used to talk about that was a real argument during the Vietnam War. We have to fight them. We heard it again and again. We have to fight them in the jungles of Vietnam, or we'll be fighting them on the beaches of California. And Walter Lippmann said, the image of the Vietnamese getting into their little PT boats and coming all the way across the Pacific and invading California was an insult to the U.S. Navy, he said. Which was, I mean, after all, you did have the Sixth Fleet sitting there. Well, you can justify intervention in Nicaragua by saying, or El Salvador, you can say, those guerrillas are the Salvadoran guerrillas are the puppets of the Nicaraguans, who are the puppets of the Cubans, who are the puppets of the Kremlin. Bum, bum, bum. And that's how you get intervention going. And you don't report the fact that the Soviets have signed a no-first-use pledge on nuclear weapons, or you downplay it. You don't report the fact that the Soviets unilaterally offered to cut their conventional forces, Warsaw forces, mutual cuts with Warsaw and NATO forces with the eventual elimination of both military pacts. That's an offer they put on the table a number of times, which has just not been considered, taken seriously. Because what happens, what does a president do when the communists keep threatening him with friendly overtures? What does he do? Well, what the real Ronald Reagan, and the two faces of Reagan, the real Ronald Reagan did what he had been doing for 20 years when he came into office. He said, we will not negotiate with the Russians. I'm against any negotiation with them. You don't negotiate with those people, because there's not trickery and manipulation and danger, and what you do with the devil is you just strengthen your defenses, because that's the only thing you understand. That was the real Ronald Reagan, and that blew up in his face, because in 81, 82, and 83 you saw a massive nuclear freeze movement, a massive peace movement emerging, and they got to him and said, Ronnie, we've got to try something else. You've got to give the appearance that you're interested in peace. So he said, so stage 2 was, we'll negotiate. About 83 to October of 84, we'll negotiate, but don't put too much into it. It's going to take a long process, and it's not going to amount to anything, and don't get your hopes up. That was the position. And that wasn't very satisfying. And then in October of 84, very significant date, well, what happens in November of 84? In October of 84, Reagan came out and said, I will go to Geneva and search for world peace and try to get an arms agreement and all that sort of thing. I went to Reykjavik, and he comes out pretending he's angry and this and that, showing he sincerely tried to get an arms agreement, knowing full well that the Soviets would never agree to a cut in all their deterrence weapons while he's building Star Wars over their heads, right over their heads. And refusing to negotiate or put Star Wars on the table. While they put their ICBMs on the table, they put their intermediate range missiles on the table, they put about everything. It looks like Gorbachev was ready to give away the store on some of those. In fact, American negotiators said we were caught breathless by the scope and range of his offers and his concessions. He was accepting Reagan's zero sum. He was accepting any number of other things. But as I say, that creates problems when the other side is ready to say yes. Now, there's an element of hope in all this, and that element of hope is just what I just referred to before. Despite the years and decades of propaganda, despite the fact that the communist is in the popular imagery of our mind, a menace and all that sort of thing, that kind of propaganda doesn't always translate into indoctrination, that people still want peace, people still think that there can be changes. Overwhelming majorities, the American people in all the opinion polls say there can be a negotiated settlement. Overwhelming majorities want a nuclear freeze and think one can be effected. By 4-1, 5-1 majorities, they are against U.S. involvement in Central America. They are for, by 60% or so, they are for military cuts, and they have always, every opinion poll since the 50s have always shown them against military cuts, except for that one period during the Iranian hostage period and the Soviet intervention in Afghanistan. Then they suddenly were for increased military spending. But except for that maybe less than a year period, the opinion polls have shown that. So who do our leaders represent? They represent those who benefit so well from the existing arrangements of militarism, interventionism, and Cold War confrontation. Communism may be a fear word, eliciting without benefit or explanation or definition a negative response from many people, and yet, when communists come here, we find Americans are when Khrushchev came to this country, the American people greeted him, were very appreciative that he visited and wanted to see America, and treated him in a far more friendly way than the media did. I have even a little section in Inventing Reality on that called Nikita Conquers America, which you might want to look at to see that dynamic. A poll was taken a few years ago, and by the way, the results of this poll were largely repressed. Very few of the syndicated services that usually carry this was a Harris poll, very few of them carried this one. A poll was taken and said, of the above countries, and it listed about 25 key countries, and said, of the above countries, which of these would you be willing to commit American troops if they were the object of armed communist invasion? I mean, very inflammatorily phrased. And by overwhelming, stunning majorities, American people said none of them. They wouldn't send American troops except one. Do you know what country they would willing to commit troops to? No, not the U.S. No, other countries, not the U.S. Canada, which of course isn't really another country. I mean, it's practically. Oh, I'm sorry, if there's any Canadians here. I was only joking here. To our cousins from the north, who have to put up a lot with living close to the American Colossus. So even as nervous left liberal intellectuals flash their anti-Soviet credentials, even as nervous Marxicologists flash their anti-Soviet credentials, even as nervous critics of U.S. foreign policy flash their anti-Soviet credentials, the American people were interested in a less anti-Soviet attitude and in trying to reach some kind of agreement and peace with that country, which today has unilaterally stopped all nuclear testing for 18 months now, hasn't it been? Or 15 months or so. And so, what I'm saying is that we may have more power than we think. If you recall, Ronald Reagan has not invaded Nicaragua. I mean, that's an extraordinary thing. If you recall, he was obliged to go to Geneva. That was an extraordinary thing. I said before Reykjavik, I said he has no intentions of reaching any serious arms agreement. But when he goes to Geneva, he's putting the lie to his own propaganda, which is that you can't negotiate with them, that there's really no interest in doing it, that they're demons, that they're an evil empire. When the Soviet leader comes forward and says, let's negotiate, let's try again, let's do that, that defuses the anti-Soviet hysteria. And you can see it when you talk to audiences, where the year before you were talking, they'd be snarling, what about the Russians, what about the Russians, the Russians, the Russians, the Russians, the Russians? And suddenly it's calmed down. And people are listening and saying, yeah, maybe there is grounds of negotiation. The president himself thinks there's grounds for negotiation and an agreement, then maybe they ain't so menacing and bad. He had to pay that political price, even though he never got the substantive agreement. So they have to make concessions. Why did he do that? He did that to try to defuse the peace forces in this country. But in trying to defuse them, he had to make concessions to them, which means that they have a certain strength. And he hasn't invaded Nicaragua even though he wants to and is dying to. And the U.S. has invaded Nicaragua 11 times since 1888. And when Calvin Coolidge went in there in 1928 and killed Sandino and murdered people and whatever else, Coleman McCarthy had a column on that. He interviewed a 78-year-old U.S. Marine who talked about what he did then, how they emasculated men and cut their genitals off, how they tortured prisoners, how he himself shot a couple of people standing in line for this phony election in 1928, and how he had nightmares after it. He was a young kid. He was 18 years old, whatever, at the time. And today you have a president who has a firepower that's 1,000 times more powerful than anything Calvin Coolidge had, in mobility, a striking force that's 1,000 times more deadly, and who's 1,000 times crazier and drooling to attack Nicaragua, and yet he doesn't. And why doesn't he? Because it would be too costly. Because it would cost thousands of American lives. And he's unsure about what world opinion and what U.S. opinion would do and what members of his own party would say, hey, we got to run for re-election. Don't do that, will you? That's too costly. Too costly? Not too costly for him. He would sacrifice 10,000 of you any day if he could knock off Nicaragua and call it a victory. He had 261 Marines blown away on one morning in Lebanon, and all he wanted to do was jump back in there and keep fighting. That wasn't too costly to him. What's 261? He can get more where that came from. It was politically too costly. It was people in his own party saying, get the hell out of Lebanon, will you? We got an election coming up. What are you doing? Get out of there. It's a no-win situation. We're going to get ourselves into something bad. It's too politically costly. It's causing even the media to raise an arch eye and say, is this policy really the thing that is most effective right now for U.S. interests in that part of the world? So, what I say to you, ladies and gentlemen, is don't mourn, but organize. Organize, educate, agitate. And when you use anti-Sovietism to gain your credibility, you ain't gaining any credibility, because whether you have a dissident view of the Soviet Union or a Ronald Reagan view of the Soviet Union or whatever else, if you want to sound like him on that issue, the point of the matter is when you play with that anti-Sovietism, it doesn't mean you can't be critical if there are things you critically dislike and don't like. But I'm talking about this kind of propaganda turnout that we've had all along. When you do that to gain your credibility, you're playing right into Ronald Reagan's hands, and you don't gain any credibility. They'll still come after you if you're a reformist or you want progressive change. Just on the basis of that, they're against that. The only way to maintain your credibility is to speak the truth forthrightly, honestly, openly, strongly. Thank you.
Okay, next we're going to have a question and answer session. There's a microphone right there in the middle. You can see there's a line already forming.
After they've gone through repeated procedures, there were 40 different steps, which take years.
Well, I guess the answer there is that when I was in the Soviet Union, that large synagogue was open, and there were people worshiping in it. It wasn't closed down. There's a rabbinical school in Moscow which trains rabbis. I mean, I didn't see the school. I saw photos of it, and I saw the names of the head rabbis. It was all in Soviet life. Louis Moroz has written books about this. I think there has been harassment of people who want to go to Israel, because of the threat that people who leave the country is a loss of resource for them. They don't want to see happen to them what's happened in a lot of countries, which is a very serious problem. It's called brain drain. And once you allow people to leave, by the way, under the guise of religious freedom, most of the Soviet Jews who come here are not religious. I would really have to take serious exception with you. At least the studies I've seen of the Brighton Beach populations, the thing that was published by Patricia Howell in these times, and all very favorable toward the people, but said they were not religious. They wanted to come because they didn't like life there, and they felt they could have better opportunities here, which is the traditional reason why people want to emigrate. This does not represent the entire Jewish population. There are over 2 million Jews in the Soviet Union, and 250,000 have left, and they maintain that maybe there's another 15,000 with outstanding applications, and some are denied visas because of criminal records, black marketeering, something like that, or other problems. Or the odd thing in the Soviet Union, you can't emigrate unless you get your parents' permission. This has something to do with maintaining the integrity of the family. So that could be a problem also in some cases. Jews who are less than 2% of the Soviet population really occupy upwards of 20% of the elite positions in the party, in the government, in the sciences, more like 30 or 40% in physics and in mathematics. With tremendous accomplishments. So you can't really say that they are suffering under in the military. There are about 40 Jewish generals, one of whom was just denied a visa to visit the U.S., wasn't it, last year? He's a Russian Jew. Jews do not have to have stamped on their passport Jew. You choose your nationality. You just have a nationality. It's when you go into the army, or when you reach a certain age, you're going to school or the university, you pick your nationality, and you can pick any nationality you want. And I talked to a guy when I was there. He was Jewish, his wife was Russian, and his 2 kids were growing up. He said he hoped his kids picked to be Jewish. They could pick being Russian or Jewish. They could pick to be Georgian or Azerbaijani if they want. It wouldn't make much sense because, they didn't speak Georgian or Azerbaijani. But let's say if they moved to the Ukraine, the kids could have chosen to pick neither Jew nor Russian, and they could have on their nationality Ukrainian if they wanted to. So I do not believe, contrary to what I've been hearing, and I was very surprised to hear this recently, that there is this kind of all-permeating oppression of Jews. There's anti-Semitism in the Soviet Union as a popular attitude. You can find it in Ukraine and Belarus. A friend of mine who was there ran into it with a Soviet taxi driver, and then he ran into it with a party member. It's Dan Totis, who teaches at Johns Hopkins, and said to the guy, "Hey, I'm Jewish." And the guy said, "Oh, look, I'm sorry. Oh, I don't know." Got very nervous because he could be kicked out of the party for uttering an anti-Semitic remark. So there are anti-Semitic strains and attitudes. There's no denying that. And there may be real incidents also. And there may be at times problems. But I don't see it as an anti-Semitic society the way Nazi Germany was. And to equate it that way, when Jews are in prominent positions all through the society, in the arts, in the sciences, in government, in the military, and everywhere, is really a very jaundiced and one-sided.
I can never get enough of that.
What's up, everybody? How is everyone tonight on this exciting Wednesday evening? Johnny, how are you?
Doing all right. Another rainy day.
Yeah, it's been raining like nonstop up here in the old Northeast.
Just does not stop. Oh shit! I forgot to even put on my fucking stupid lighting.
What's up, Hash Kush, Chimera, Sam? Good to see everybody. I think we got somewhat of a fun one today. Second to last chapter of the exciting Blackshirts and Reds saga.
I know. I can't believe that. Like it's almost over.
It's bittersweet, to be honest. Like I think that this book was extremely valuable because it covers a lot of content in like bite-sized form. So it gives us unlike the counter-revolution, which is like very deliberately breaking down in excruciating detail a single event and dynamic, so that as you go from chapter to chapter, it kind of gets to be a little bit redundant, especially when it takes a month to 2 months to go through the book. It kind of feels like we're redundantly going into topics. Blackshirts and Reds has really allowed us to, through like little 20-page segments, cover a really wide base of different topics. And that's been really fun for me, keeping it fresh on a week-to-week basis, stream-to-stream basis. So I'm sad to see it go, but I'm ready to embark on a new project once we're done with
I
it.
will say this though, to bring it back to like what we were talking about like the other day, is that like it's almost like it's a completely different book for me now, right? Because like when I read it, I hardly knew fucking anything, and even then, I feel like there's like, you know, you don't deep dive into a book, right? Like we have been doing since we started going over it. So like it's completely changed now for me. But I don't know if that has more to do with the fact that like, you know, me and you are just like a lot more well read than I guess like the first time that we read it, you know?
Well, also my mind was completely different the first time that I read it. I had like just gotten into like a I'm gonna learn kick, and like I went to like Barnes and Noble and bought like The Myth of Sisyphus. And that was like my idea of like I'm gonna become well read, which is a cool book. I like Camus, I like philosophy and existentialism, but that's when my roommate at the time let me borrow Blackshirts and Reds. And so for someone with A, so little political education, and B, a mind that was not trained to read and to retain information and focus and analyze it. Like reading is like a skill. It's like a muscle. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you pick up a book, and if you're not practiced at reading, you can read 10, 20 pages and not retain anything. And you're sometimes reading whole pages and you're like, what did I just read? Then as like you spend time reading, picking up books, reading them daily, your comprehension and your retention gets a lot more acute. And it's like, now when I read it, like I said, it's a whole different experience for me to read it than when I did the first time, maybe in like 2018.
So
Hey,
what's
Cinnamon
up,
Challenge.
Kush?
Good to see you.
What's up, Sinchal? What's up, Chimera Machina? Sam, as always. Welcome to another episode of Subversive History, a multimedia community project seeking to bring attention to the revolutionary struggles of the world's often unsung and frequently misunderstood sectors. These are the stories of the demonized, vilified, whitewashed, or otherwise forgotten campaigns against imperialism, colonialism, capitalism, and exploitation, and racial apartheid. The orthodoxy of Western hegemony has often labeled these dissidents as subversive. And these are the struggles that we aim to illuminate.
All right.
Today we are starting with chapter 8.
You want to pull this video off the screen?
All right, my bad. And we're starting with chapter 8 of Blackshirts and Reds, The End of Marxism.
Yeah, this is an interesting chapter because it deviates from the preceding 7 chapters, which in my opinion, are very historically grounded. And this one, Parenti, really takes a turn into the theoretical. And honestly, it was quite I was really impressed because I think listening to a lot of Parenti lectures, he doesn't actually tackle Marxism as a social science. And I think this is why he's so inspiring to me, as I consider myself a student of history, and I take an extremely materialist and empirical approach to how I learn about politics and socialism and things like that. I very seldomly rely on theoretical rhetoric to make points about things, and more I rely on the historical evidence of socialism and things like that. And Parenti was a big inspiration for me on that, because that's what I feel like I see here in a lot of his lectures, especially like the yellow lecture and things like that. But so in this chapter, to hear him break down theory almost better than many theorists that I've read. He does it in the classic Parenti fashion of being endearing and breaking down extremely highbrow concepts, and at this point theoretical concepts, in a way that's very digestible to the layman's reader.
Well, I mean, I especially like the fact that, he breaks down a lot of, I guess, like, what you'll hear more often than not from, like, boomers or, your fucking average, like, lib college professor, that, like, Marxism is some kind of dogma, or that, like, it's treated almost as if, like, some kind of, like, faith. You know what I mean?
Did you hear that from college professors?
Yeah.
They called Marxism like a dogma or a faith?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
With, like, holy texts and stuff like that.
Oh, well, because I've been through a couple sociology classes, and I think they paid their lip service to the great thinker of Marx. They might have had some addendums to it, like people did bad things in his name or something like that. But
Right.
overall, the college courses that I've been through have been pretty complimentary to him as a great thinker of history.
Yeah, I have yet to experience that in a college setting.
Right. So let's see here. Let's get into the intro a little bit, and you can kind of see a little bit what we're saying. So some people say Marxism is a science, and others say it is a dogma, a bundle of reductionist and unscientific claims. I would suggest that Marxism is not a science in a positivist sense, formulating hypothesis and testing for predictability, but more accurately a social science, one that shows us how to conceptualize systematically and systemically, moving from surface appearances to deeper, broader features, so better to understand both the specific and the general and the relationship between the two. Marxism has an explanatory power that is superior to mainstream bourgeois and social science because it deals with the imperatives of class power and political economy, the motor forces of society and history. The class basis of political economy is not a subject for which mainstream social science has much understanding or tolerance. In 1915, Lenin wrote that bourgeois science will not even hear of Marxism, declaring that it has been refuted and annihilated. Marx is attacked with equal zest by young scholars who are making a career by refuting socialism, and by decrepit elders who are preserving the tradition of all kinds of outworn systems. I like this the most because it makes almost no reference to economics or mode of production or capitalism or socialism. I'm looking again. Is there anything in here that says socialism? Social. So, okay. Well, Lenin says it in his quote that by refuting socialism, but
Right.
in terms of what Parenti is saying, and I think that this is one of the greatest misconceptions of modern society, that conflates what the social science of Marxism is with maybe the word communism, as if that these are two interchangeable terms. And
Right.
I think Parenti does an extremely eloquent job of spelling out exactly what does it say when you're a Marxist? What is a Marxist analysis? What is a materialist analysis? And it's not simply we need socialism. It's not, it doesn't reduce just to those economic elements. It is a far broader tool for seeing the world, not in like an idealistic or an abstract or anything, but seeing the interrelations between, as Parenti said, class antagonism, class power, political economy, the relation between the material conditions of a person and maybe how they turn out, and the ensuing events of that society as a result of their material conditions. That is what a Marxist is. It doesn't necessarily mean, wow, I just said that twice. It doesn't even necessarily mean that I don't think you even necessarily have to advocate for communism to be a Marxist.
I mean, you've got plenty of those.
Do you? Oh, you mean like maybe like erroneously, correct?
like Frankfurt School type shit, where it's just like, it's just highbrow. La salam, David. How you doing?
I'm David. How you doing?
So it's like, you've got people from like the Frankfurt School, just for example, right? Where you've got more than a few of them that identify themselves as like Marxists or communists, right? That like endlessly shit upon any kind of like socialist project in the real world, right? And try and fuse this and try and fuse this like postmodern like kind of idealism and just nebulous, vague bullshit with like a materialist analysis. And I just have no patience for it, and I feel bad that like I wasted a bunch of time like trying to read into it, because like I don't see a point. I think that like considering like the kind of the sort of reaction that like that has grown out of it over the ensuing decades, it's just like obviously like I don't know, whatever. That's just like I just hate the Frankfurt School. Let's just leave it at that, and like say that like there are plenty of people that will identify themselves like as Marxists, right? And yet still like kind of not even intentionally like cape for like liberal or capitalistic kind of like thought, kind of like when VJ was criticizing David Harvey.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that video we watched like a couple days ago?
Right. Would you say that type of dialogue excludes David Harvey from the camp of Marxism?
I wouldn't say it excludes it. It's just kind of like, there are many, I guess, camps, for lack of a better word, right? Or a better
I agree.
term for it.
Yeah, I
That
agree.
like there are many people that like vocally espouse that they are a Marxist, almost at a detriment to like, their tenure, right? And their like professional ability.
Mm-hmm.
And still like, kind of fall short in terms of like what you would expect from a Marxist, I guess.
Right. I mean, but do you agree with my overall point here? And I'll admit to everyone in the stream right now that I would say that I'm a amateur theoretician. Theoretician? Is that a word? It's If it is a word, it's
Yeah,
very
why not?
difficult to say.
English is a made up language,
Theoretician.
Yeah,
That's how it is.
yeah, theoretician.
Theoretician. I'm a very amateur theoretician. I'm much more interested in reading books on history, and maybe like sociology or in terms of like social analysis
Right.
than I am about specific theory. I find it very difficult to get through. So all of my takes here on theory are going to be somewhat half baked. I rely far more on my history takes. But do you agree with my and then anybody can chat, let me know how you feel about this too. Do you agree with my take that you can be a Marxist thinker without advocating for communism?
Let me see if I can actually pull up like a poll. I feel like I can.
Because well, pretty much all I'm saying is I'm not saying that that's not a logical thing that you can come to, and I would say that the majority of, but I'm saying, can you analyze the world in this materialist lens with dialectics and all of these things, but still not necessarily be like a communist? It seems like those things that they're not mutually dependent, but they're just commonly almost ubiquitous. And we could do the poll, but how do you feel about that statement?
I feel like you look really silly. I feel like
But
there's
can't you like maybe like
misunderstanding.
analyze social conditions and materialism and like kind of throw away with a more idealistic interpretation of society without saying that communism is the answer? Technically, can't you do that?
I don't know. It doesn't what the hell is the word for it? I mean, you know what? Yes. I want to say yes only because like you have like well, no. Because I think that there are plenty of people that like are assumed to be Marxist, are assumed to be, socialist, right? And yet they are just advocating for like, decolonialism,
Sure.
right? They're anti-colonial. Like that happened many times, like throughout like the 60s and 70s, right? That you had people that advocated for decolonial theory or decolonization, right? But weren't Marxists themselves, and at times were even anti-communist.
Right.
So, like, I
You could
feel
say
like
like Said, for example.
right.
And I don't know if I would go as far as to say that he's anti-communist, but he was someone that had things to say about Marx that he felt was Orientalist, along with many of the other, Western Eurocentric views of the third world. And I think there's merit to some of what Said said, and maybe even other critics of Marx, that he might not have been. Marx is not a god. You know what I mean? That was infallible on everything
Right.
and every take that he had. And I think that's an important part of Marxism. But in my idea, Marxism, so like just looking at what Parenti says here, because we're dealing with this book and I don't want to draw this out into like a million different areas. So right here, he says that Marxism is a science, but not in the positive sense, about formulating hypothesis and testing for predictability. It's not that. It's more accurately a social science, one that shows us how to conceptualize systematically and systemically, moving from surface appearances to deeper, broader features, so to better understand both the specific and the general, and that it is, and that it deals with imperatives of class power and political economy, which are as the motor forces of society and history. You could still adhere to all of those principles, but not necessarily be like an economic socialist. Correct? I don't think that those two positions are mutually dependent.
See, I don't know, because like as we'll get into later, all of these things are intertwined. All of these things are interconnected, right? And that, like, let's say that, like, yeah, you're a Marxist in like the sense of analyzing like, social phenomena, or you're a Marxist in a sense of being like, historically revisionist, right, to like the ruling class version of history, right? But like you're not Marxist in like an economic sense. It's just like,
Well, but I think that's the misnomer right there, is that Marxist, we use this term Marxist economist, but very much in this chapter, at least economics is not necessary. It doesn't seem to be like here. Well, okay. Well, here's something. Let's finish this
like,
intro.
this
And then
this is also why you'll hear a lot of like espoused Marxist economists, right, are technically heterodox economists.
I agree. I agree. So just real quick. So over 80 years later, the career scholars are still declaring Marxism to have been proven wrong once and for all. As the anti-communist liberal writer Irving Howe put it, the simplistic formulae of textbooks, including the Marxist ones, no longer hold. That is why some of us don't regard ourselves as Marxists. Here, I want to argue that Marxism is not outmoded or simplistic, only the image of it entertained by anti-Marxists like Howe. So real quick, I just want to bring up this Wikipedia page. In all my years, which, is relatively sparse, I would say, in this political area, I don't think I've ever visited the Wikipedia page for Marxism.
Really?
Do you think you have? Have you? I don't think I've ever visited this.
So I'll let you know, and I've probably already told this story before, but like, when I went to my first DSA meeting in 2016 or 2017, I remember asking people like, can anybody explain to me what the fuck socialism is? Like, I have no idea what the fuck this is. Like, I want healthcare and like.
But that's the thing. We're talking about two different things here. We're talking about socialism and Marxism.
Right.
Socialism existed prior to Marx.
Right. Like
So we're talking about
like,
a broader, overarching, or should I say undergirding, social philosophy that lends itself towards socialism, in my opinion. So
then I would say that like Marxism, right, at like its core, then is always going to be its strongest as like a critical lens for examining the failures of capitalism.
of course, 1000%. I agree with that. But even these takes on what Marxism is aren't even that reductive where it is specifically adhering to some economic process. So like I read this, just the first paragraph, and this is kind of, so Marxism is a left-wing to far left method of socioeconomic analysis that uses a materialist interpretation of historical development, better known as historic materialism, to understand class relations and social conflict, and a dialectic perspective to view social transformation. Now,
so it's not far right. What about Fisher theory?
it originates from the works of Marx and Engels. Marxism has developed over time to various branches and schools of thought. No single definitive Marxist theory exists. So
Right.
my point here is, it says socioeconomic here, but right here it's saying that it's a materialist interpretation of historic development. So you can materially analyze historic development without making any prescriptions to economy.
Right. You can interpret
Obviously,
historical development.
Obviously it leads you to that point, but I'm saying in a retrospective view, you can look at history with a materialist lens without making any prescriptions about the future or the present.
Providing you have accurate evidence, sure.
With whatever evidence, they give you any evidence, and you could use a materialist interpretation of it with whatever evidence you're provided.
But that's the thing about like Marxism, is that like it leads you down this fucking rabbit hole of like, I can't just take the evidence, right? I need to know what is the context of the evidence, right? Who is the evidence from? What is the perspective of them? I need to go down this like historiographical, like, fucking rabbit hole behind like,
Well, I would say that's just more evidence.
Right. It's just, it's more evidence, obviously, but there's a lot of people that like, they will take whatever, it's never free from perspective. It's kind of like that whole, like you're not immune to propaganda, right? And everything is propaganda. Have you ever heard that?
I have heard that.
Yeah.
But also propaganda is like another thing that's like just completely misunderstood.
Right.
And
I mean, like there's propaganda that serves like the working class, and there's propaganda that serves the bourgeoisie. Right, the ruling class. There's like, that's the two basic camps that propaganda will split off into, because you had.
But fundamentally, anything that's trying to convince someone of anything, whether it's true, whether it's not, it can be 100% factual, but it can still be compiled in a way to convince you of something.
Right,
and that is what propaganda means.
Right.
But here's all I'm saying is that this is describing Marxism as a retrospective analysis of history. Now, obviously, and this could be wrong. I'm only looking at the Wikipedia page. You know what I mean? Like, this is not what I would say is the authority.
Should absolutely be taken with like a fucking pound of Morton salt. All right.
Well, but honestly, I don't think this is a bad description. Do you?
I wouldn't say it's bad. No.
In addition to the schools of thought which emphasize or modify elements of classical Marxism, I wonder what classical Marxism is defined as. I don't know. I don't want to go down. I don't want to go down a Wikipedia rabbit hole right now. But various Marxian concepts have been incorporated and adapted into a diverse array of social theories, leading to a widely varying conclusions. Alongside Marx's critique of political economy, the defining characteristics of Marxists have often been described as using the dialectical materialism and historical materialism, though these terms were coined after Marx's death, and their tenets have been challenged by some self-described Marxists. So I thought that was interesting, just to kind of look into just what is like the most broad narrative of what does it mean to be a Marxist.
Well, I mean, like, Vlad,
right,
I totally agree. I'm so excited for it.
But that's just Ho Chi Minh's interpretation of dialectical materialism.
Well, no,
right?
I'm sure there are some, obviously, like, very core Ho Chi Minh thought, whatever the hell you want to call it, like, structures within that, right? But it's basically like the education that like they give to people when they go to school in Vietnam around like, what is socialism, what is communism, what is like dialectical method theory.
Right. So I guess what I'm just getting to over and over here is that there is a distinction between what is socialism, what is communism, and what is Marxism.
Right. So the
let's take another step into this book, okay? And let's see if maybe this premise can get fleshed out a little further, as opposed to just our two brains banging together and trying to say something something worth listening to. So this next part, I think this is really profound. With the overthrow of communist governments in Eastern government and the Soviet Union, announcements about the moribund nature of Marxist dogma, quote, poured forth with renewed vigor. But Marx's major work was Capital, a study not of existing socialism, which actually did not exist in his day, but of capitalism, a subject that remains terribly relevant to our lives. It would make much more sense to declare Marxism obsolete if and when capitalism is abolished, rather than socialism. I wish to argue not merely that Marx is still relevant, but that he is more relevant today than he was in the 19th century. But the forces of capitalist motion and development are operating with greater scope than when he first studied them.
So,
in its most distilled sense for me, Marxism is how you see the world for what it is, and communism is seeing the world for what it should. I agree with that broadly, but in my opinion, Marxism refers to this very specific process of historical materialism, dialectical materialism, using a class-based analysis that class antagonism has been the major motor of historical development. And then communism is what we all say, and it's such a trope at this point: the moneyless, classless, stateless society that will be achieved that's in some amount of time after a paradigm shift that has moved society away from the pitfalls of capitalist society,
right,
which can only be achieved through socialism.
And I feel like you're only going to get that if you're able to like have a global majority of socialist countries.
Correct.
It's so long
because a single society can never develop into a stateless, moneyless society. I mean, maybe in some theoretical sense they could, if we had some place that was very much. I mean, I guess there is kind of like a primitive way of saying that this was achieved in some respects, where we weren't living in like a globalized, interconnected world of resource management, when the world population was much smaller and there was much less, I guess just antagonism from different, what you would call states or communities.
So what you're saying is before the globalists.
For the globalists. And I'm not a detractor of globalism in its essence, but I'm not somebody that talks about being an anti-globalist.
Right.
I believe that. I know, but I'm just kind of making like a broader like take here that global capitalism, which reveals itself through colonialism, imperialism, unequal exchange, debt imposition,
the IMF, world trade,
all these things is obviously not what we're talking about, but necessarily having an interconnected system of economy and resources, there is a logical way that can lead to a more prosperous world.
Right. And if for those that think that you don't need to trade with other countries, you don't need any of this other stuff. Look at the DPRK just as an example. Look at Cuba just as an example. That that is entirely reliant upon what resources lie within the boundaries, and that's again, we're not even achieving that stateless society, because how are you supposed to defend and implement this classless fucking it's
that's why I say bring up this paradigm shift that can only come through, we can only get to communism through a socialist society that will eventually deteriorate the greedy nature and the individualistic nature that would hold back a community like that from ever existing.
But to do that while perpetually under siege, both economically and militarily,
would be impossible.
It is. Look at every socialistic construction in the world right now, and there's not a single one that isn't already in debt to like, you know, the US, right, like Vietnam, right, or being sanctioned and embargoed like the DPRK in Cuba, right, or like under like propagandistic threat like the Soviet Union was, right, and military threat like the Soviet Union was for its entire history, or like China is now, right, even after bending the knee, even after opening up, right? And then like when they have the gall to try and like, you know, take back these productive forces for their own like betterment. It's the saddest part of Huxley's The Island when you realize that the perfect society has no way to defend itself from the forces of armed reaction. Well, yeah. I think like the thing that really like blew my mind when I first heard it was Kwame Ture.
Oh, wow. Hey, hey, what's up, Hetty? Can you read?
Hedy Lamar Alago. Hedy Lamar Alago.
Did they recently receive a sub? Well, thank you so much for being here, and I'm very glad that you appreciate what we're doing. Sorry if we butchered your name. And Hashkush, thank you so much for providing the sub. You are absolutely the MVP.
Shit, did I miss the sub or was that from like another
It
day?
might have been from before. I know
Right.
Hashkush just be doling them out some days. And maybe they don't show up in right at that moment. But very happy that you're here.
Same.
So, and also this talk of like this talk of the benefits of a globalized economic system and resource distribution network is not to downplay the necessities of nationalism in a society that is under siege of capitalist exploitation and economic imperialism. If that is the way that a country needs to develop its way to stand on its own feet, we're saying that like in some broad future where there is a more harmonious distribution system of resources and economics and unequal exchange has been leveled to a considerable extent, that this would be the ideal.
I also think that like when it comes when you examine like the history of, you know, existing socialist construction, right, more often than not it's come from places that were colonized, right, places that were underfoot of, you know, capitalist imperialism, colonialism, etc., right. But when you get to some place like, let's say, Eastern Germany, right, the nationalism, right, or the patriotism to that country takes on a completely different character, right? In that, like, I don't think that like the GDR was ever in like the same sense of like, you know, what's the word I'm looking for here, where like the history, right, of Germany, they espoused, you know, how great the country has always been, right, and that informed a lot of like the GDR's like international sympathies to a lot of like the developing world and to a lot of like, you know, the anti-colonial movements throughout the world during its existence.
Right. And that's not to say that, you know, and all obviously, you know, it should be noted that not all nationalism is created equally. You know what I mean? Obviously, there's the economic, yeah. And you brought that up, but I'm not doing this to correct you. I'm doing this to correct me. Where like I came off as an advocate for nationalism, and I am an advocate for economic nationalism for a country that has been pilfered by imperialist endeavors. But that is not to say that this is the same as the nationalism that comes from the imperial core, which is a xenophobic and a exclusive nationalism that is not based on self-preservation in an economic way, or, you know, removing, you know, multinational corporations from your timber or your mines or your rubber trees or anything like that. It's more so using it as a like fascistic method of settler colonialism or any other kind of like racial superiority or racial hegemony, racial yeah, I think that's what I'm saying. But
basically what we're getting at is that like you cannot have like a sympathy, right, or any kind of sense of admiration for, you know, the nation of like the US, right, or Canada, right? And even as like our guest Rick has like, you know, explained to us, and I'm sure at some point we'll dive deeper into it, but even like, you know, patriotic nationalism for Mexico, because it's all a settler colonial construction. It's a nation, right? And having patriotism to that nation relies on that the existence, right? Or at least like the act of what would you call it? The dismembering, right? And the like the taking away of sovereignty from another people, right? It's the what do
Right.
you call it?
And Huey Newton actually has amazing take on this concept of nationalism and the divisions of nationalism, that the context of nationalism that are very different. If you've ever read through Huey Newton, I just pulled this up real quick, but I know he has it in his writing as well. The question of nationalism is a vital one in the Black movement today. Some have made a distinction between cultural nationalism and revolutionary nationalism. Would you comment on the difference and give us your views? There are two kinds of nationalism: revolutionary nationalism and reactionary nationalism. Revolutionary nationalism is first dependent upon a people's revolution, with the end goal being the people in power. Therefore, to be a revolutionary nationalist, you by necessity have to be a socialist. If you are a reactionary nationalist, you are not a socialist, and your end goal is the oppression of the people. So we could read through this whole thing, cultural nationalism, basically a problem of having wrong political perspective. Like, we could read through this whole thing, but this is something that has been discussed throughout the history of socialism and Marxist-Leninist development. And I think that there's another thing, I don't know if it's specifically from this interview or from another thing of the writing of Newton, where he talks about the difference between the United States and Vietnam in terms of being nationalist. And he says that the United States has no claim to be nationalist because the United States is not a nation. The United States is a settler colonial empire. This is not a nation. Vietnam is a nation defending itself from the imperialism of a settler colonial empire. The United States has no claim to nationalism in a sense, at least a sincere, revolutionary, nationalism.
Trying to find like the word. It's like dis something.
I'm not sure.
I'm sorry, I'm like losing my mind over like this one fucking word. Do you ever have that happen where like it's that perfect word that sums it up?
Yeah. Do you want me to play this video?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because they say like there was the Owenites and things like that preceded Marx. Marx isn't the one who coined socialism.
Yeah.
Anyway, it has been betrayed, yes. But betrayal doesn't mean collapse. Perhaps they get confused because at least Judas had the dignity after betraying Christianity to hang himself. Gorbachev is still running around the world picking up pieces of silver. Must be clear here and not confused. I'm a socialist. One other thing I must tell you now. They confuse people about socialism. Brother the other day said, "I ain't no socialist." I said, "Why not, brother?" He said, "Because it's a white thing." I said, "Oh, really?" You see, Europe tries to make believe that everything that comes out of the world comes out of Europe. I told the man, I said, "Socialism ain't no white thing." He said, "Yes, it is." He said, "Karl Marx discovered it." I told him, Karl Marx never discovered socialism. He cannot. You call the laws of gravity Newton's laws. I'm sure there's a mnemonic device to help you on your quizzes. But you certainly cannot believe that Isaac Newton can found that a body falls at the rate of 32 feet per second squared. He can't find this.
Thank you, Sam, as always.
He cannot invent this. He can only observe it and record it, discover the law. If I'm sitting in Timbuktu in Africa and I've never heard of Sir Isaac Newton and I'm conducting any experiments with gravity, I will come to the same conclusion that he does. A body in motion tends to stay in motion unless stopped by an outside force. He cannot invent this. He can only observe it and record it. Karl Marx did not invent socialism. If I'm sitting in Libya, in the desert, and I'm doing any research with capital and labor without ever having heard of Karl Marx, I will come to the same conclusion that he did. That any time capital seeks to dominate labor, there'll be a ruthless, uncompromising struggle on the part of labor until it comes to crush capital and dominate it. This is a fact. My history demonstrates that. We came here as chattel slaves for centuries. We fought and fought and fought until we crushed it. Now we're just slave of the wage, and now we've got to rise up and crush that one. That's to declare that Karl Marx didn't invent socialism. It's there for all to see. Karl Marx's great contribution to the world was in the area of historical materialism and dialectical materialism, something you need to know if you know about socialism. But since you don't know about socialism, you don't even know the words. And not only does the enemy keep you ignorant, you stay ignorant. You won't ever go read a book about socialism. Why read a book about socialism? They already told me in my class it ain't no good. You will not even read a book about socialism. Why, you don't even read a book about your history. We come to inspire you to learn. We come to tell you that when you come to serve a people, you must know as much as you can. The more you know, the better able you are to serve the people.
So I appreciate that. And also I watched a documentary about the Haitian Revolution that stated that the Haitian slave revolt and the society that was, short-lived but existed after it was socialist in many ways. And there's some, adherence to, I don't want to say black nationalism or anything like that. There's just some that say that Haiti was like a proto-socialist society prior to Marx ever writing anything, which is another interesting endeavor. And I'm sure that we could talk to Rick and things like that there was, or you, or, other people that I think you might have expressed this, that there's primitive, I don't want to say primitive, there's native societies that were, in some way proto-socialist prior to Marx ever writing any works.
There are fucking, what would you call them? Federici talks about them. She's a TERF in Caliban and the Witch. Heretical societies of Christians that do not think that like the Vatican is like
Right.
teaching the faith correctly, right? That could be described as socialistic.
Correct.
Right?
I think there's many interpretations of religion that could be considered socialistic. And, we see this, the first time that I became more illuminated to that perspective was through like the many endeavors of Arab socialism that would adopt a Islamic interpretation of a socialist society, not even adopt a Marxist. They would repudiate Marx and say that this is not Marx, this is Islam.
Yeah.
And this kind of brings me back to my first point, is that you don't necessarily have to be a Marxist to be a socialist. And I appreciate Arab socialism. And it's not because I will only respect or endorse literally anything that only if it has the word Marxism attached to it, or if they're in their doctrines, they are praising Marx. Even in the Arab world, where some, not all, have taken a not anti-Marx, but just like Marx is not the one who inspired us to do this. This is part of our historical culture, is to believe that this method of capitalist exploitation is it wrong for me to use the word haram? I don't know enough about it. It's
haram. Yeah, it's haram.
Yeah. I don't know if that like only applies to like certain things or not. I don't know enough about that, but it's like this is not in line with the teachings of Islam to usury and not giving to the poor and things like that. These are tenets of Islam that should be adhered to on a more societal basis. And that's not good.
I finally found the term that I was trying to find, and it is dispossession. Right.
Dispossessed.
Yeah, I know about the I love it because there's an Australian indigenous band called Dispossessed that I fucking love. They go so fucking hard. But yeah, it's
cool too.
When your country has been.
Is this talked about in Parenti's book, the Julius Caesar book?
I haven't read that one yet, so
I read it once, and I don't think it's such a different level of history that I'm not accustomed to. That even my first reading of it, I read it while I was in Guatemala, didn't stick because I'm so far out of that realm of history.
Yeah.
So let me ask you something. How do you feel about Eldridge Cleaver?
He's a complicated guy.
Exactly. So would it be inappropriate for me to bring up a paragraph or two of his writing when he was I mean, I know that he is like a disenfranchised member of the Black Panthers that got into some very, 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 is there something I don't know?
I mean, what he went to prison for, right?
Did he go to prison? I thought he went out and became a I thought he became a conservative and a Christian preacher.
Well, there's that, but
let me see. Looking for his Wikipedia page. I just want to see. Let's see. Prison. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I guess we don't have to go into anything that he wrote. Yeah.
So
We don't,
you learned something new today. I'm
yeah.
happy that I could be there for that. But yeah,
Yeah.
no.
Okay.
I hope that explains why I'm like, do you
Yeah. No.
have
No.
to?
That's perfectly fine. So let's get back into this.
Oh, he did more than write about it, David.
Yeah. Yeah. So the reason, yeah. So let's get into the next thing here. So this is not to say that everything Marx and Engels anticipated has come true. Their work was not
No.
see, but an imperfect, incomplete science like all sciences. Directly toward understanding a capitalism that leaves its bloody footprints upon the world as never before. Some of Marxism's basic postulates are as follows. In order to live, human beings must produce. People cannot live by bread alone, but neither can they live without bread. This does not mean that all human activity can be reduced to material motives, but that all activity is linked to a material base. A work of art may have no direct economic motive attached to it, yet its creation would be impossible if there did not exist the material conditions that allowed the artist to create and show the work to interested audience who have the time for the art. So I thought this is where I started to be like, wow, Parenti is like, not only I've always looked at him as a very as an amazing resource for the historical interpretations of the history of the tradition of socialism, the way it developed in countries, the way, lesser known developments in Grenada and things like that, like bringing up all the criticisms of the American, empire and things like that. And just getting into these first couple pages of this explanation of theory, I started being like, wow, this is almost like a more understandable interpretation of what it means to be Marxist than I may have read anywhere else, maybe from Marx himself.
Right. I mean, like, look, we talked about this and how, like, remember how I was telling that story before about like my first DSA meeting, and I'm like, can somebody explain to me like what the fuck socialism is? Right? Like,
Yeah.
and I wound up like, basically having to read in like a group with a bunch of people trying to decipher what like Marx and Engels were actually talking about or giving context to, like a lot of the manifesto or whatever. Like this book, if you want to like get into theory, right, by Maurice Cornforth, right? And I had this before Gerald Horn recommended it, right? But like this book right here is probably going to be more useful and like less of a headache for you, because it's literally it's written like a textbook, right? If you want to
Nice.
fucking like learn about this stuff, it's all right there.
So this is my favorite part of this, right? So what people need for survival is found in nature, but rarely in a form suitable for immediate consumption. Labor, therefore, becomes a primary condition of human existence. But labor is more than a way of providing for survival. It is one of the means whereby people develop their material and cultural life, acquiring knowledge and new modes of social organization. The conflicting mass interests that evolve around the productive forces shape the development of a social system. When we speak of early horticultural societies or the slave or feudal or mercantile or industrial capitalist societies, we are considering how the basic economic relations leave a defining stamp on a given social order. And I have here, I want to read like 2 pages out of this book, because I feel like this is broken down in such a really interesting and appealing way. And that's this book here. It's by Yanis Varoufakis, Talking to My Daughter About the Economy, How Capitalism Works and How It Fails. This is a super cool book. It's small and it's written, it says Talking to My Daughter. And it's actually kind of like, it's almost as if his daughter's coming of age and he's kind of like explaining the world to her. It's to explain capitalism to a child, essentially, or like a teenager or something like that. Someone who has very little economic background. How can you break down economics to them in just plain and interesting language that like even like a teenager could understand? And what Parenti is saying here, the way that labor, let's see here, labor therefore becomes the primary condition of human existence. So keep that line in your head while I read this portion of the book. I have it up here so we can read along together.
Yeah, because
so
I also want to ask you something about Korea when you're done with that.
All right. We'll try to get there. Where are we at? I just want to make sure I'm on the right place. Okay. So I just found I couldn't find a good quote of it, but this will work just fine. So this is from the first chapter of the book called "Why So Much Inequality," and it starts with him posing the question to his daughter about how everything came to be. So, and it comes to this: two big leaps, speech and surplus. As in, these are the two biggest leaps in human existence. Some 82,000 years ago, humans made the first big leap. Using our vocal cords, we managed to speak and move beyond inarticulate cries. 70,000 years later, that is 12,000 years ago, we made the second big leap. We succeeded in cultivating land. This is labor. This is one of the most monumental shifts in the existence of humanity, was the ability to have meaningful labor. Our ability to speak and to produce food instead of just shouting about and consuming what the environment naturally provided, wild game, nuts, berries, fish, gave rise to what we now call the economy. Today, 12,000 years after humanity invented agriculture, we have every reason to recognize that moment as truly historic. For the first time, humans managed to not to rely on nature's bounty, they learned with great effort, to make it produce goods for their own use. But this was a moment of joy and exultation. Not at all. Okay, question. That was a question. Not at all. The only reason humans learned to cultivate the earth was that they were starving. Once they had hunted down most of their prey with savvy hunting methods and multiplied in numbers so rapidly that produce from the trees was insufficient, humans were forced by dire need to adopt methods for cultivating the land. So again, the material conditions of man prior to agriculture necessitated a quantum leap in social development. That meaningful labor to produce surplus of food.
Congratulations, Liar Judas.
What happened?
He won a diving helmet. My only thing so far with this is that I'm not going to be the least bit surprised, even though I find trying to find evidence of early speech and stuff like that is obviously going to be the most difficult thing to fucking prove, because we've been a species for 300,000 years, right? I still think that I think that we probably had speech for a majority of it. You know what I mean?
The majority of what?
Our existence as a species. Beyond, I think that we probably were definitely not the first species or the first sapien to have articulate speech, if that makes any sense.
You don't think we're the first species to have articulate speech?
No.
You think there were species prior to human beings to have the word you're using here, articulate speech?
Yeah.
What species would that have been?
Well, I think with it, we still have a lot to examine in terms of other hominids that were around that we even coexisted with that are actually older than us, Homo neanderthalensis, right?
Had articulate speech?
I think they did. I think that you can't reach that sort of level of fucking what would you call it? Communal organization without some sort of speech. I mean,
so monkeys, but monkeys can have very communal organization without speech.
Right, but they weren't hominids.
I know.
And I think that the level of technological advancement, right, between Neanderthalensis, right, versus bonobos or chimps, right, is very, very different.
Right.
And also we literally have not even just primates that are capable of complex communication. We have dolphins, porpoises, orcas, whales, right? There's
you're using the word articulate, and none of those are articulate in the way that they speak.
In a way that we understand it, no.
Right.
But in a way that they understand it,
there is a difference between making noises that have a meaning and then having an articulate speech pattern.
And look, I'm not trying to say that I can definitely prove it, right? Like Dorian is saying, and I love the name. It's very on point for what we're talking about right now. But like I still think that, like, whatever we evolved from directly, I think was capable of speech or like some level of communication, right? That was complex, that we would call it a language.
Okay. And you would define that as articulate speech?
I would. I mean, it's not like you're gonna say to somebody that does like sign language that, like, oh, that's not articulate speech. You know
Well,
what
it's
I
not
mean?
speech. It's not speech at all.
I mean, it's a
It's hand
communication.
signs. I know. I'm not saying there wasn't communication.
All right, so let me rephrase that. I would think that they are
I don't know what
capable of. It's just
how,
my minor nitpick with that one thing that he said. That's all. Everything else I totally agree with, and I'm
okay.
totally derailing this, and I didn't mean to.
Okay. Did you want to finish? Did you have a thought you wanted to finish there?
I think I finished it. Like, I
Okay.
think that,
I
like,
thought you had- okay.
we've been capable of communication for a lot longer than 80,000 years.
I didn't say it wasn't language. I said it wasn't speech. Dorian, I wasn't trying to say that it's not language. I never said that the language may not, some type of language didn't exist,
He's
but I
being a
didn't say
grammar Stasi again.
me. I'm being misquoted here.
Yes.
Yes,
Sam.
thank you, Cinnamon Challenge.
And yes,
Dorian,
Sam, it is 70% nonverbal, which is why I am so bad at communicating.
And Dorian, I think the primary disagreement that we had was speech specifically. So I think that's why we kind of got hung up on that. But to continue here, some 82,000 years ago, human made. Oh, we already read that part. Okay, sorry. Dire need. Okay. Like all technological revolutions, this wasn't one that humanity consciously decided to start. Where humans could avoid it, as in Australia, where nature provided enough food, they did so. Farming took hold where humans would have perished otherwise. Gradually, through experimentation and observation, the technology allowed us to farm more efficiently evolved. But in that process, as we developed the means to grow food, human society changed drastically. For the first time, agricultural production created the basic element of a true economy, surplus. And then this is an extremely, just after reading all this together now, you can see this is such a Marxist interpretation of human evolution. Would you agree?
That, like, oh, everything has like a linear progression, that like as soon as, like,
Well, he's saying this in Australia, where maybe this type of extreme farming or like this developed farming didn't occur, where there was just abundant food. Why would, if the material conditions did not require farming, why would humans develop farming? Whereas in other places that have winters that require a surplus to have for a growing population, now you have the material needs that necessitate this. You do this or you starve, because you've gotten much better at hunting, but because you're better at hunting, now you eat more. Now you have a bigger population. Your survival rate is up. Now what you can hunt is no longer adequate. Now you have to, either you perish or you farm.
I guess, yeah. I mean, like, it comes down to, like, how did, like, large societies, like, navigate being. I don't know. That's a weird one, because it's like, I guess, like, the closest thing that you could get to like an analog to that would be like, how do Sami, right, like, cultivate like their food for like the winters, because like they live in like the Arctic Circle, or like the I guess Inuit, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
It's an interesting thing. It's an interesting thought.
Yeah, but you don't think this makes sense as to why someone in a more tropical area versus someone in like a northern area, let's say, because I think that this is actually what would be like an adequate response to someone that tries to make a non-materialist accusation of, let's say, Aborigines in Australia, that they are just mentally defunct, as in they're not smart enough to have developed the way that someone in England did. Whereas actually it was the material conditions of these two places that did not necessitate the same type of growth.
let's bring it home. Fucking Three Sisters farming, which is like an umbrella
Exactly.
term for a lot of like
Exactly.
different kinds of farming. It's probably not the most accurate. It's kind of a monolithic term, right? Versus like European slash and burn and like, fucking monocrop, for like an extended period of time until like the earth is dead, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Along with like using all of the land at once.
Right.
Like if it's not actively being farmed, it's not being used versus like, no, you need this, you need to let this land rest. Like,
Right. So here we see where this leads to is this word surplus, which I believe if you're a Marxist, the term surplus comes up quite a bit, doesn't it?
yeah.
So we see here how labor and material conditions can be directly correlated with human evolution and societal development, and it rests on surplus. What is surplus? Initially, surplus simply meant any produce of the land that was left over after we had fed ourselves and replaced the seeds to grow it in the first place. In other words, surplus is the extra bit that allows for accumulation and future use. For example, wheat saved for a quote unquote rainy day, if the next harvest were to be destroyed by hail, or used as extra seeds to be planted next year, increasing production and the surplus in years to come. You should take note of two things here. First, hunting, fishing, and the harvesting of naturally occurring fruits and vegetables could never yield a surplus, even if the humans, the fishermen, and the gatherers were super productive. Unlike grains, corn, rice, and barley, which could be preserved well, fish, rabbits, and bananas quickly rotted or spoiled. Second, the production of agricultural surplus gave birth to the following marvels that changed humanity forever: writing, debt, money, states, bureaucracy, armies, clergy, technology, and even the first form of biochemical warfare. Let's take these one by one. So we're not going to go into each of these, but just to kind of show that just that process of materially influenced human evolution to the point of meaningful labor, it can be traced to, can be the entirety of civilization, development, writing, can be linked back to that foundation. So
Right. And it's also interesting because we find like every at least 10 years earlier and earlier evidence, right, of people eating like complex grains and cereals and stuff like
right,
that, and
right,
even having like artifacts on them that they must have received via trade from like very distant, like, parts of the world. So like I think that we've always been rather interconnected, right, across long distances, and been a little bit more advanced than I think a lot of like the mainstream is willing to allow us to fully like accept.
sure. So here's writing, and this is probably the main point that I'm going to be on, just so we can see something as simple as writing and what that means for humanity, and how that is something that is a direct result of human labor and surplus. We know from archaeologists that the first forms of writing emerged in Mesopotamia, which is now Iraq and Syria. But what did they recover? The quantity of grain each farmer had deposited in a shared granary. This was only logical. It was difficult for each individual farmer to build a granary for storing their surplus, and simpler if there was a common granary overseen by a guard, which every farmer could use, but such a system required some sort of a receipt. For example, a notice that Mr. Nabuk had deposited 100 pounds of grain in the granary, almost like a bank. Definitely collectivism also, yes.
You know what he's
Indeed,
talking about right now, right?
Nabuk?
No. What he's talking about, like, you've heard of like the Rosetta Stone?
No.
The Rosetta Stone is like literally just like it's a receipt.
Okay.
Like a lot of like the early like tablets or like cuneiform like tablets and stuff that we've recovered are just receipts for like or like complaints from a customer. It's wild that
Right. Okay. So indeed, in writing was first created so that these accounting records could be kept, just like you're saying, so that each individual could prove what quantity they had stored in common granary. It is no coincidence that societies not in need of developing agricultural cultivation in places where wild game, nuts, and berries were never in short supply, as was the case for Aboriginal Australian societies and indigenous communities in South America, kept to music and painting and never invented writing. And this is also something interesting in Africa as well. I just went through an African history class, and it talks about the the oral tradition of African history through this thing called a griot. I've only read it. I don't know how to say it. It was Griot, and it's like there was a lot of criticism from like Western racial supremacists that like, oh, they don't have written records and things like that. And it talks about how the lineage of African history centers around this thing called the griot. I don't know how to pronounce it because I've only read it in online classes, but it's an oral tradition. So that kind of circles in here as well.
What is it? GIR?
GRIOT. Here.
Griot, a member of a class traveling poets, musicians, and storytellers who maintain a tradition of oral history in parts of West Africa.
So West Africa. Obviously, when I say Africa, Africa is an absolutely gigantic continent. It is not like a monolithic continent of one culture, one ethnicity, or anything like that. But
it would be Griot.
Griot. Sorry, my Anglo tongue can only pronounce T's when I can't leave T's silent no matter what.
What are we, French?
Yeah. So this is another thing where like just kind of like where's beer in the Fertile Crescents here? So yeah, this is this is one of the most prosperous empires of Africa, the Mali Empire. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like there's so many different cultures that pass along their historical record orally. It's kind of like you want to hear one that does that you probably like wouldn't expect, and I'm pretty certain that they do. I'm pretty certain the argument can be made that like a lot of Viking, right, or Nordic, right,
probably
sagas. The only reason we even have a written record of them is because of like colonization and because of like monks fucking writing this shit down.
Yeah. I think what I'm trying to get at here is that there is a monolithic and Eurocentric view of human development that lends itself to white supremacy because you have the European tract of development, which includes people say like, oh, you go to some of these areas in Africa and they haven't even invented the wheel yet. If you look at what the terrain of Africa at that time that didn't have roads or anything, that a wheel would be fucking useless for a lot of these things. Like, so you come in there and you say, they don't have written things and they don't have a wheel. Thus we can say, you can come to your racial supremacist conclusion of being like, they are uncivilized. They are defunct. They are less than us. They need us, etc. We know the slippery slope of this. That's why I want to bring up that there's a material. This is the Marxist analysis as opposed to this other type of analysis that will not look at this as a biological deficit of a certain people, but more so, did they respond accordingly to the material conditions? And I think that you can find in almost every native society, every primitive society, every pre-colonial society, a group of people that were extremely well tuned to their material conditions and were extremely advanced and ingenuitive to what their material conditions called for. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. In fact, I'm trying to pull up this goddamn fucking book that I really, really want to read at some point, where basically she is like an archaeologist for like indigenous sites and things like that here we go. The indigenous Paleolithic of the Western Hemisphere, right? This goddamn book. And she talks about how like a lot of these like dig sites and stuff, they try to literally hide, right? Or try to not misdate, but like it disproves like a lot of like Western European chauvinist theories about like, they came over the Beringian land bridge 30,000 years ago. People haven't been here that long, when it's just like there is mounting evidence. There are a number of sites that get like either not reported on, not to mention like when you examine like, the linguistic history of all of these different, do you remember how like Rick was telling us there's like 500 and like, 37 tribe or whatever the number is, but there's like almost twice as many languages and language groups. In order for these languages to develop to the way that, or to the extent that they did, they need to be here for much longer, right, than just the 30,000 years that, like, they're being estimated to be here. And it's a great book. I just posted the link in the private chat, but like, I definitely want to read it at some point. Yeah, she talks about is a reclaimed history of the deep past of indigenous peoples in North and South America during the Paleolithic. Paula F.C. Steves mines evidence from archaeology sites of Paleolithic environments, landscapes, mammalian and human migrations to make the case that people have been in the Western Hemisphere not only just prior to Clovicites, 10,200 years ago, but for more than 60,000 and likely more than 100,000 years. Steve discusses the political history of the American anthropology to focus on why pre-Clovicites have been dismissed by the field for nearly a century. She explores supporting evidence from genetics and linguistic anthropology regarding first peoples and time frames of early migrations. Additionally, she highlights the work and struggles faced by a small yet vibrant group of American and European archaeologists who have excavated and reported numerous pre-Clovis archaeology sites. In this first book, The Paleolithic Archaeology in the Americas, written from indigenous perspective, the indigenous Paleolithic of the Western Hemisphere includes an indigenous oral traditions, archaeological evidence, and critical and decolonizing discussion of the development of archaeology in the Americas. Because have you ever heard like what they originally thought like happened, Pat? Like the original like archaeology of like the New World?
No.
Europeans at first thought that there must have been kind of like a lost tribe of Israelites, like a white people that came here and constructed all of these very like megalithic structures and large mounds and all of these other things, right? And that the red natives, right, or darker skinned natives murdered all of them, right? And they like the first like almost a century of archaeological work was trying to prove this point.
Okay. Very interesting. Yeah, we'll definitely check that book out. So I don't want to get, because I know we're reading a book to read a book.
All right, I'm sorry.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about me. I have this Yanis Varoufakis book up to explain the thing that we're reading in the other book. But I just want to get to this last part. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but debt, money, and the state, just to see how that labor, which led to surplus, now has led to money and the state, which is like, the foundations that we know of like civilization at this point. Accounting records of how much wheat belonged to our friend Mr. Nabuk were the very beginnings of both debt and money. We know from archaeological finds that many workers were paid in shells engraved with numbers indicating the pounds of grain that rulers owed them from their labor in the fields. Since the amounts of grain these shells referred to had often not been harvested yet, the shells were a form of debt owed to workers by their rulers. At the same time, the shells were also a form of currency, since workers could exchange them for products produced by others. But the most interesting discovery has to do with the first appearance of metal currency. I don't want to get too deep into everything here, but this is just like an interesting way how you can see that that chain of events. So again, we go back to that sentence that I asked you to keep in mind, but you may have forgotten by now.
This dummy doesn't know what to do with the
labor, therefore becomes a primary condition for human existence. So humanity, as we understand it, civilization, as we understand it, is the product of human labor, not of capital, but of labor.
Labor.
Do you want to read this one for me? I really have to go to the bathroom.
All right, go for it.
Thank you.
Some durable basics. Capitalist theorists present capital as a creative, providential force, as they would have it. Capital gives shape and opportunity to labor. Capital creates production, jobs, new technologies, and a general prosperity. Marxists turn the equation around. They argue that of itself, capital cannot produce anything. It is the thing that is produced by labor. Only human labor can create the farm and the factory, the machine and the computer. And in a class society, the wealth so produced by many is accumulated in the hands of a relatively few who soon translate their economic power into political and cultural power in order to better secure the exploitative social order that so favors them. Yes, exactly. the job creators, those benevolent job creators that rely on what is it, essential workers to do the necessary tasks to keep the blood machine churning.
The blood machine. I'm out of focus. I'm out of focus at the moment. I'm an extremely blurry boy. Hopefully my camera will.
You're just smudging your lens and everything. There you go.
I'm not smudging my lens, man. You don't know anything about lenses. All right. So I guess you read this part.
Yes.
Standard trickle-down theory says that the accumulation of wealth at the top eventually brings more prosperity to the rest of us below, as rising tide lifts all boats. I would argue that in a class society, the cumulative wealth fosters the spread of poverty. The wealthy few live on the backs of the impoverished many. There can be no rich slaveholders living in idle comfort without a mass of penniless slaves to support their luxurious lifestyle. No lords of the manor who live in opulence without a massive impoverished landless serfs who till the lord's lands from dawn to dusk. So too under capitalism, there can be no financial moguls and industrial tycoons without millions of underpaid and overworked employees. So this really cuts straight. What'd you say?
I was gonna say, like, that's the thing. Like, it goes both ways. Like, like you won't have serfs, you won't have slaves if there's no master, right? In the same way that there can be no master without the slave, there can be no lord without the serf.
Right. And this really cuts to the core, I would say, a very common neoconservative talking point, that because one person gets rich, another person doesn't have to get poor. So chat, get ready, right? I've compiled a collection of neoconservative YouTuber personalities, the classics, the Shapiros, the Petersons, the Owens, the Kirks, all of their quote unquote the Prager universities, their reputations of Marxism. And Parenti, this is called The End of Marxism ?
Yes,
and it talks about some of the detractors and the critics. And I wanted to see how many of these individuals that we would come across that fall into a lot of what Parenti's saying. And this right here, this equal and opposite relationship between the lords and the serfs, the masters and the slaves, the tycoons and the underpaid employees, is in direct refutation of, I remember they say this specifically in here. So let's just jump to one of these videos. And I think this will be kind of a fun reprieve from the real, just reading the text over and over. So let's see what Candace Owens and Charlie Kirk at the same time have to say about Marxism.
If you subscribe and start a hype stream, we can end it.
What are you going to end?
We have to end the video if we get subscribers.
You don't think it's entertaining to watch?
No, do it. Go for it. I'm making a joke.
To the Che Guevara guy. So, yeah, Che Guevara shirt. Give it to the Che Guevara guy. So, yeah, Che Guevara, the genocidal, anti-gay revolutionary from Central and South America that he wears proudly on his shirt. Could you imagine if I wore a genocidal, anti-gay figure on my? Oh, I'd be wearing a Che Guevara shirt. Go ahead, please.
Should we jump in on that real quick?
Holy fucking shit.
Have you ever seen a more flippant use of the word genocidal? What gene was Che Guevara looking to exterminate?
I mean, like, look, as far as Che possibly being a homophobe, right?
We're gonna have to contend with some of that.
Sure. But as far as like
there's a writing from the Motorcycle Diaries where Che Guevara talks about being at a party with a man who gets beat up. He's very drunk and he comes in. What Che says about him is that he was a gay man and that he was a pervert, but also says that he feels bad for him because they beat him up. So this is the mindset of a high class white Argentinian who's traveling around, who actually probably has a little bit more progressive view of this person than maybe many people around, saying that he did refer to him as a sexual pervert. And I don't know if that means simply for the fact that you're homosexual, or maybe there was other context to that.
Like he was just fucking being edgy in like his private
Right.
fucking diary.
He also does put out that I felt bad for this guy that got beat up and they wouldn't let him in the party because he was a drunkard. That is pretty much.
You know what? Fuck Che and his legacy for right now. That shelve that for a second. Isn't Charlie Kirk like part of the gang of people that's like, fucking what the hell is it, like,
Dude,
gay
anti-trans,
people are
anti-drag
groomers
people,
and shit like that.
Exactly. It is the most performative like criticism of somebody being homophobic that anyone could ever display. But
Like,
yeah, and this is David actually said it right as you were saying it. Charlie Kirk pretending to care about gay people was just concern trolling anyway. But like I was saying, the genocidal thing is ridiculous. We've covered this before, that the executions that followed during the Cuban Revolution of the fascistic tortures of the Batista regime had widespread popularity as well as due process. And also, I think maybe like 2,000 people died, which is like, compared to almost any conflict or revolution, relatively low. And even in John Lee Anderson's, crucially in-depth view of Che Guevara's life, he does not paint these. He refers to these as Nuremberg style political processes. So let's get the genocidal thing out of there. And then also Che Guevara had very little to do with the Cuban political workings. He spent a very small amount of time as like in finance. And
just jumping at like the first task that he has no idea how to do.
And just departed shortly after because he was like, my job isn't here in this office. I'm going to send me to the fucking Congo, and we're going to have more revolutions. So the genocidal thing, there's no credible way to say that anything in the history of Cuba's revolution that was genocidal. You can make a lot of criticisms of it. Genocidal is ridiculous.
If anything, they cleanse the island of like Italian American like gangsters.
What if that's what Charlie Kirk meant? He's like, they didn't allow the mafia to operate there anymore, and they didn't kill him. They didn't kill him. They didn't kill him, but they didn't let them own casinos, and that is cultural genocide of Italian Americans in Cuba.
Right. But other than that, I mean, like the main people that benefited from the Cuban Revolution were like Afro-Cubans. Like what?
Yeah. So, and then the gay thing, there's a lot to be criticized of the Cuban Revolution for certain issues that happened. There was the UMAP camps. There was gay people that were interned in them because they did not allow them into military service, just like anywhere in the world anywhere in the developed world did not allow gay people to serve in the military. Military service was mandatory in Cuba. Thus, you have mandatory military service. You're gay. You can't serve. You have to serve in a different way. And they were fucked up, disgusting, homophobic way of treating gay people. They existed for 4 years and they were shut down because of gross inhumanities that were existing in them. Every socialist and every supporter of the Cuban Revolution has to contend with that, has to admit that.
Yes.
And even Fidel Castro admitted it.
Not even just that. Fidel Castro, I think, is like one of the rare instances where you will actually see a socialist leader, right, that survived into modern times, cop to it, and take the sole amount of blame. He did not state, oh, everybody was a homophobe at the time. He did not state that, like, oh, we just like that was our culture at the time. He's like, I fucked up.
And he also refers to gay people as his comrades in that same speech.
Exactly.
And that doesn't necessarily absolve him, but it is worth noting that but guess what? Do you know who wasn't even in Cuba during the UMAP camps?
A certain biker boy.
A certain beret wearing cigar smoker, mate drinker was not actually in
certain Irish Argentinian.
Irish Argentinian was not present during any of that. So the legacy of Che Guevara, is I have all this footage. I wish I could show you, and I don't want to derail too much. I wish I could show you the Spanish school that I attended in Guatemala and the the Che Guevara posters that they had up in there, and what Che Guevara means to like the indigenous communities in, the single bedroom apartments that I visited of Spanish teachers, indigenous Spanish teachers from cooperatives that have in a one bedroom apartment that they live in a picture of Che Guevara above their bed. You know what I mean?
Dude,
And then
how
to go
about
to India, and to stand
That's
in
what I was
front of a
getting at.
Che Guevara and stand in front of a Che Guevara poster with 100 Indian communists. I mean, you can't really understate like the legacy of Che Guevara, and the way that it is misinterpreted by these fucking idiots is just disgusting.
I mean, dude, there was literally a statue to him, not with a gun, with a camera
Yep.
around his
Yep.
neck, which is
Mhm.
like, the probably the most like beautiful thing. But like, I think the other thing to contend with here is, and I don't know what year this video is from, but I think it's another thing to contend with the fact that like Cuba, it's from
A
a year
year
ago.
ago.
And I believe it might have been a year ago or no, it was probably less, that Cuba instituted like the most progressive policy on family, planning or acknowledgement of like, familial identity within Cuba, right?
Right.
That's 10 times more progressive than anything going on nearly anywhere else in
I
America.
don't want to speak out of turn here, but I think Cuba legalized same-sex marriage before the United States. I could be wrong about that. Let's look it up. So I don't want to talk out of my ass here.
All right.
Oh no, I guess that was in 2022. I think this is exactly what you're talking about here. And we're getting way off topic, but it's fun to talk about. We couldn't just let Charlie Kirk say that about our boy
No.
Che without jumping into this real quick. I think this is what you were talking about here, right? Cubans have approved a sweeping family law code that allows same-sex couples to marry, adopt, as well as redefining rights for children, grandparents, and officials. Say Monday, the opposition in the national referendum was unusually strong on the Communist Party-governed island. The measure, which contains one
We have
important element-
opposition. I thought it was a single party.
Yeah. It was approved by 66.9. Yeah. So I guess there was a vote on this, which is weird. It seems to have resistance from the growing evangelical movement in Cuba and many other Cubans. Despite an extensive government campaign in favor of the measure, including thousands of informative meetings across the country and extensive media coverage backing it.
Well, I mean,
Cuban
like,
elections, which no party other than the communists is allowed, routinely produce victory margins of over 90%, as did a referendum on a major constitutional reform in 2019.
so I think that like, it's something else to consider here, that like, wait, there's an evangelical movement in Cuba, right? What happened to godless, atheistic,
I visited
communism?
there's a cemetery in Cuba that has like over 1 million graves in it. It's crazy, but it has this really cool church there. And there's a nice boy that when you walk there, he'll pull you aside and let you know that if you make a donation of 10 peso at CPC or CPU or whatever, he'll let you go on the roof of it. And I went on the roof of it. It was nice.
And I paid that boy, and
Yeah,
I
I
went on
paid
the
that
roof of
boy and I
church.
went on the roof. I have pictures of it somewhere, but we don't have to.
Fucking like I can't actually think of a socialist you know experiment that's gone on in the world that has actually eliminated religion, and I think that anybody that has any kind of like ideas, because I see it all the time on the internet, about how like, oh, we need to ban religion, or religion is like, this toxic poison or whatever. It's just like, that's not on you to decide, as far as eliminating political structures that like the church occupies, right? Or like whatever religion it is, the place that it occupies within, probably bolstering like whatever autocratic political structure existed before the socialist construction. Yeah, that makes sense. But banning religion outright, and I mean like a religion, I'm not talking about like some crazy fucking cult like Falun Gong. I'm not talking about like Scientology. I'm not talking about like, Daesh or some other like, fundamentalist psychobabble.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. Yeah, I was going to pull up. We don't have to. Okay. So back to we couldn't let Charlie Kirk get through a single sentence without us being like, what the fuck? Hold on.
No, I'm sorry. No.
All right, let's get back into this. And I wish this person in the Che Guevara shirt wasn't such a piss poor representative for the ideas that he was bringing up, but he's probably under a lot of pressure here. And kudos to him for getting up there.
Been under pressure since like the moment he walked into the building.
Yeah, he's also got a July 26 movement. I don't know if that's part of the shirt or if that
That's
was
definitely part of the shirt.
Okay.
All right. Well, first off, I don't think most of that is true. Anyway, moving on, we'll just ignore that point for now. Have you ever?
We can't hear you.
You're gonna have to start from the beginning and slow down.
So I said I don't think most of that is true. So
Che Guevara was unbelievably anti-gay. In fact, he executed homosexuals time and time again. So that's a nice role model for you. But please go ahead.
He just threw out time and time again in there, like that makes any sense or anything. I don't think there's evidence of one homosexual execution by Che Guevara. I mean, you can definitely look at his signature approving many executions in La Cabana, in the trials that were for Batista collaborators, but I don't believe in any of my reading. And I've read the entire John Lee Anderson Revolutionary Life, which is like a 700-page book that is so extensive that it led to the discovery of Che Guevara's secret burial site in Bolivia, which had not been discovered until the 90s. It was because of this author's dedicated research to this book that he researched it so significantly that he found a hidden burial site for Che Guevara's goddamn bones. So I trust him as an authority.
I'll be right back. I need to find something real quick.
Go find it.
But keep going.
Do you want me to play the video?
Yeah, play the video.
Yeah. So Chimera, we were just talking about this. I don't know if you heard me talking about the UMAP camps. Oh, it's terribly bad. And I know you've been in chat for a while. You might have walked away for something like that, but the UMAP camps were, for anyone that, let's bring it up here. I'll show you what they were. So you don't have to just rely on what I'm saying. We'll all read it over together, because this is definitely one of the most disgusting things in the history of the Cuban Revolution. So these were the UMAP camps, military units to aid production. They were agricultural forced labor camps operated by the Cuban government from 65 to 68. So they only existed for 4 years, or less than 4 years at that point. In the province of Camagüey, the UMAP camp served as a form of forced labor for Cubans who could not serve in the military due to being conscientious objectors, Christians, and other religious people, LGBT, or political enemies of Fidel Castro's communist revolution. So in Cuba at this time, military service was mandatory. And there's a lot of countries that do this, whether it's right or wrong. This is what it was here. So there was things that if you couldn't serve in the military, you had to like give your labor, whether it's going to be the military or something else. I'm not saying this is right. This is the logic, where it's not that there was just like being rounded up, but it's that, and this was the case in the United States too. Gays could not serve in the military. So gay people were put into these camps that existed for 4 years, and they were horrible. The language used in the title can be misleading, as pointed out by historian Abel Sierra Madero. The hybrid structure of work camps cum military units served to camouflage the true objective of the recruitment effort and the distance UMAPs from the legacy of forced labor. Many of the inmates were gay men, Jehovah's Witnesses, Seventh-day Adventists, Catholic priests, and Protestant ministers, intellectuals, farmers who resisted collectivization, as well as anyone who considered antisocial or anti-revolutionary. There was 35,000 people that ended up in it. 72 died, 180 committed suicide. So this is found that 30,000 internees were forced to work for free state farms, 10 to 12 hours a day. Let's just go to where they were shut down.
So, note-taking lurker, I got this book, and I was actually put onto this book from somebody that like I consider family. She's like probably like one of the smartest people that I know. And I think it's great. If anything, one day I kind of it's sort of theory heavy, but there is like a little bit of like history in it so far. Keep promising her to finish it so I can give it back to her. But the book is Writings for a Liberation Psychology by Ignacio Martin Baró. Right, this dude literally was murdered by the police, right, or the military in, was it Bolivia, while trying to write this book, or for writing this book. Yeah, it was in El Salvador. Sorry, not Bolivia. But yeah, it's an excellent book. And if you want to, what?
No, go ahead.
And if you want to get into like, if you're a fan of like Fanon, right, and stuff like that, this is right up there for me, especially if you're interested in the politics and like, the anti-colonial theory of like, Central and South America.
So just to put a stamp on the whole UMAP camp thing, gay people were absolutely interned there. It existed for 4 years. People were tortured there, and people even committed suicide there because the conditions were not good. Yet the history of the UMAPs is still regarded as a tragedy in Cuba, with Fidel Castro even stating categorically about the UMAPs, "I can tell you for sure that there was prejudice against homosexuals." Owning it outright. Yes, this was absolutely a prejudice thing against homosexuals. But it had not been enough to simply acknowledge the mistakes made by the nation in the past. Rather, since their dissolution in 1968 in Cuba, has made significant strides in supporting its homosexual and youth communities. Through the use of sex education campaigns and the empowerment of gay communities through their open visibility, Cuba was able to turn over its inherited macho conceptions. With the homosexual community taking a paramount role in the proliferation of art and culture during the 70s and 80s through the support of the government, with some even taking prominent roles as leaders in large aspects of communist governance. Championed as evidence of revolutionary non-discrimination, the sex education campaign brought an understanding of sexuality to the forefront of schooling, building an acceptance of sexualities, and effectively cutting off colonialist mentalities by educating the population into a different cultural paradigm. A key example of how this was implemented was the AIDS crisis, in which the Cuban government actively worked to help those affected with the Cuban public health system, allocating $2 million for the National HIV/AIDS Prevention and Control Program. Not only that, but Cubans with AIDS were given full checks, even if they weren't able to work, and a host of other resources like medications, treatments, housing, and hospital coverage for free, providing us with direct understanding of the changes made because of the UMAPs and their legacy, and how Cuba was able to completely reform itself to a degree that it could publicly celebrate its diverse communities, providing us with an understanding of the considerable progression Cuba has made away from its colonial legacy. It's weird that they haven't said it here. I believe that they closed them because they were very bad. Like when it was found out what was actually going on there, they shut them down. But they're not saying that on the Wikipedia page. But little that was all just from the Wikipedia page. That last paragraph wasn't even some like random Marxist.com like revisionist history of it. I don't know what source that even came from, but it hasn't been removed by Wikipedia editors. So we can like appeal to that as like a mainstream narrative of the UMATs. They were disgusting. They were reprehensible. They were prejudiced against homosexuals. People fucking died there. People were fucking tortured there. They existed for 4 years. It's a terrible stain on the legacy of the Cuban Revolution. This is recognized, and there has been some considerable social development since then. Right.
Right. And like, again, if that is true, and even if it isn't, right, it's not one man's responsibility, right? It doesn't rest all on the head of one man. Just as any of these things that we talk about does not rest upon one person. These are systems. These are like, systems that revolve and rely on more than one person, not even just allowing it to happen, but working for it to happen and making like, the logistics to make it a reality.
And that's for the good and the bad. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I have a t-shirt in my room that a friend gave me of Thomas Sankara on it. And we do this Sankara emotes in the chat and everything like that. But I think sometimes it's forgotten that the Burkinabe revolution, was not doing of one man who moved mountains like a god to do all these things, to plant all these trees, to vaccinate all these children, to restore all these things. This was a revolution of the Burkinabe people. Now, Thomas Sankara may have been the head of this movement, but we should never forget that none of this is possible without broad popular support of the people.
And he'll be the first one to say it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's why Che Guevara said in, what potentially some of the most inspiring last words of any human that ever lived, facing the gun of his CIA directed executioner. He looked him in the eye and apparently said, from testimony, this is in the John Lee Anderson book, "Shoot, you coward. You're only killing a man."
Right.
I love that he called him a coward too. You know what I mean? Because it's like imagine like apparently the guy that put the gun on him was like kind of afraid or something like that. And you have Che just being like, "Shoot, you fucking coward. You're only killing a man." Very, very inspiring.
Yeah, Seb, you get it. That, like, there is a site of social construction for every construct, right? And they don't just come about with a single individual.
And this brings us back to the Marxist interpretation of history, which does not play these comic book Marvel DC good and evil, and there's no just simplistic, oh, there was an evil man who did this. And this is this other thing with Hitler that I cannot stand, because
Yes.
I've actually read this book called The Kaiser's Holocaust, and it explains in such great and obvious detail that everything that they seem like, it makes it seem like Nazism existed because there was this one man, Adolf Hitler, that came out one time of World War I and, got out of prison and said a bunch of crazy stuff and just wrapped up an entire nation with his charisma to commit one of the greatest, atrocities to ever happen. That is not true. This idea of Lebensraum, this idea of racial hygiene, this idea of race science existed not only in Germany, across Western Europe imperialist projects for decades, perhaps even centuries. But this really defined racial hygiene, racial science aspect of it was so popular, and they had already committed genocides, much like in the vein of the Holocaust, to the Nama and the Herero tribe of Namibia, what is present-day Namibia. So if you read that book, Germany's Forgotten Genocide and the Colonial Roots of Nazism, it contends that Nazism is a perfectly logical continuation of the European colonial project, not some like thing where this, oh my God, this one evil man, Hitler, just stepped out of jail and just wrapped up an entire nation. It was a nation that was ripe for this type of rhetoric because this was growing in popularity for decades.
So I just want to address something.
We're all over the place, but I'm having fun. I hope everyone.
Yeah, we're definitely in the weeds now. I don't even know if we're gonna get back to the book at some point, but look, I understand that here, especially in the West, yes, like you can make that argument that, like, a lot of like Christianity has been used as a cloak for some of the most socially regressive, violent, harmful, fascistic tendencies. But that doesn't mean that Christianity around the globe, right, has that same cultural hegemony. If you go to parts of North Africa, if you go to parts of the Western Asia, right, you will find that, like, no, they do not occupy that seat of power, right, that it does here in the West.
Check this, Robbo, check this out, right? There's this really cool book. I haven't read it yet. It's very expensive for some, well, not for some reason. There's some books that are just like more academic journals than they are just like casual reading books. But with what you're saying there's this really, really cool book. Check this out.
There's so many cool geopolitical books like by Erotica Desai and stuff. They're like $100-something.
So the American West and the Nazi East, a comparative interpretive perspective. And this is like a deep perspective. You don't even have to go that deep. You can look at Hitler's words. Hitler said that, so Hitler wanted a great empire. So you look, how do I get a great empire? Look at what the United States did. They had a racially motivated settler colonial project. They needed Lebensraum. They needed living space. They needed manifest destiny to extend their empire and either enslave or exterminate the lower races that inhabited these lands that was fit for the Ubermensch or whatever. You know what I mean? And we're going real down there, but
how many pages is this book?
What, this one right here?
How many, like, what am I paying per page? Because it's like,
well, you can get it on Kindle for somehow $9 to 20. It's an electronic copy.
That's a big gap too.
Like, $9 to $29. It's like, where does it say how many words there are?
It's funny you mentioned that, Heroic Skeleton. There were actually a number of German Catholics that came over and fought on the Union side during the Civil War that were staunch abolitionists. There were also some that were very atheistic, right? But they were socialists that fought, for the Union against slavery.
You
We're
should
doing
said,
the exact
I wish
same
you could have been. I wish you could have been, or I wish I could have had a little camera with me when I visited my girlfriend's brother the other day, because he lived in Ukraine until he lived in the Soviet Union until he was 15 or 13, and then moved to the United States. And he was explaining the difference to me of growing up in a Soviet classroom and then coming to the United States for his high school and sitting in American history classrooms. And he said that when they said that the United States won World War II, he was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, because like 15, that's old enough to be like kind of a little prick. So like, I can't imagine what that must have been like.
Well, you got to understand, his grandfather and my girlfriend's grandfather was a veteran of the Patriotic War. He was a Communist Party member and someone that fought against the Nazis.
I'd be cursing out that fucking teacher. Like
he was very, he brought up the point that I think everyone should know, and I don't think many Americans know, is that D-Day did not occur until after Stalingrad, until after after the Red Army had already pushed the Nazis back across the border and into Germany, and their victory was imminent. And then the United States decided, let's invade France, or let's deploy to France so we can meet them in the middle and make sure that we split this up with the victors.
If we can find a chart, like an interesting chart of who suffered the most casualties during World War II.
It's not even close. It's not even close to close.
Wait, is America even on this chart? Oh, I'm sorry. They are. They're just very, very, very high.
Oh, pardon me. Yeah. Can you send it to me real quick? Let me see if I can get it. Yeah, 27 million. And that's another misconception about the Holocaust. And I think we should always never lose sight of what the anti-Semitism and what happened to Jewish people. But I think it does get simplified to just the anti-Semitism and does not refer to any of like the anti-Slavic rhetoric that went right along with the anti-Semitism, where Slavs were looked as lower races, lesser humans to be exterminated. Ukraine was supposed to be turned into a plantation, a slave plantation that the Slavs would work and feed German settlers.
He describes it like the high-ranking
Nazis are never described as what they were, a settler colonial, a European settler colonial.
Yes.
That is what Nazism was.
And yes, that is precisely the books that were being burned in Berlin.
Absolutely.
But yeah, he literally describes it as like the Nazis will be like these Teutonic knights with their own little fiefdoms and their own little Slavic serfs that they rule over throughout the Ukrainian countryside.
And you want to hear a really disturbing fact about this whole thing? So I brought up the Nama and the Herero genocide. There was a place called Shark Island concentration camp that existed on a tiny island outside of Namibia. Absolutely disgusting concentration camp. So this gets talked about a lot. You know how in phrenology and eugenics and Nazi race science, they talk about measuring skulls?
Oh, you mean phrenology?
Yes. Guess where this is like a lesser known thing, but guess where they got the skulls from?
I'm going to take a wild stab in the dark and assume it's not from German graves or Belgian graves or whatever the fucking country they came from.
So here is a picture of
I'm sure they would have liked to, David.
Jesus. Wait. Oh, what? I can buy this? What the fuck? I just want to. There you go.
You can hang it in your bathroom.
You can't read this unless you can read German. I can't read it, but I know this picture. This is the Shark Island concentration camp outside of in what is present day Namibia, where the victims of the concentration camp genocide of the Nama and the Herero people had their skulls harvested to be sold back to private educational institutions in Germany for the burgeoning race sciences. This was in the early 19th century. This is far before Hitler. This is before World War I. This is oh, really? Is it just a digital copy of it? What the fuck? Yeah. So this is what was going on before Hitler had any influence on the country. He was probably still painting pictures at this point, where race science and race hygiene and Lebensraum and the settler colonial mindset that was already developing in Africa were very, very popular in Germany. Hitler only had to say a couple well-structured words on a podium to fully realize what the Nazi regime became. So never get that twisted that there's just some great man that just kind of stepped out of nowhere and changed the absolutely liberal trajectory of a country to be that disgusting. That's not how.
So what you're saying is that it was awful long before Hitler came on the scene.
Not only was it awful, but it culminated in something perfectly logical, as terrible as that is. We don't look at this as a logical development of German colonialism. We look at this as an unexpected consequence, a phenomena that breaks the trajectory of European tradition. And it does not. It follows perfectly in logic with the European tradition of colonialism.
So basically what you're saying is...
But it happened, yeah, but it didn't happen in the third world.
What you're saying is there's the contradiction of this social progress with like gay and trans studies going on simultaneously as this like colonial like barbarism is happening on Shark Island.
Yeah. Yep. And at the same time, they are exalting themselves as the most civilized people in the world. Meanwhile, they have like, systemic genocide happening to African tribes, and they're mutilating their bodies and selling their heads, and literally the most barbaric shit that you can think of. Like, I'm sure somebody will like to go back and be like, the Mayans killed people and sacrificed them and ate their hearts or something. When I visited Guatemala and I visited Tecpan and I had a Mayan tour guide bring me through the ruins, he said that that's all bullshit. He said that is so far misinterpreted through like he talked shit about Apocalypto and all that shit. He was like,
Apocalypto made by
Mel Gibson.
Mel fucking Gibson? You're telling me that's ahistorical?
Senor Mel Gibson.
Senor Mel Gibson? Fucking, where Mel Gibson's from, right?
No.
Fucking Australia, bro. He comes from a super religious fundamentalist family that moved out into the outback, and his dad had like 12 kids.
Did he have an Australian accent in Lethal Weapon, or was that only in the Always Sunny episode? Is that just a joke in Always Sunny?
You can cut. It's like he's still working on it. But
have you ever seen in Always Sunny when they do their own recreation of it? They have like a hardcore Australian accent for when they talk as Mel Gibson. It's like a hardcore Australian accent.
As somebody that has watched, a lot of early Mel Gibson movies, a lot, and I say that not proud. Like you can definitely hear it in like Mad Max.
I grew up in the 90s, man. You watched Mel Gibson movies. I was just part of the fucking game.
You just did. Mad Max is fucking awesome.
It's part of the game. If you grew up in the 90s, you watch. This is before, the drunken rants and things like that. I don't think any of that had really bubbled to the surface yet of how psychotic Mel Gibson is as a person.
I mean, like, he already got his acting career back, though.
Deranged.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I just said, he was raised in like a super religious fundamentalist family.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Like the end times is coming. We need to have 13 children.
Yeah, or you need to get drunk and go spew anti-Semitic remarks.
Yeah,
while you're driving a car.
Right.
That's how you prepare for the end of days. Oh wow, no, I've never seen that.
I have not seen it.
That sounds cool though. Is it a scripted movie or like a documentary?
Because we love documentaries here.
Yeah, we're just nerds. We'll let that go. Let's see if we can actually finish this 5-minute video. We played this video for 40 seconds. We've gotten through 40 seconds of this video, and we've probably embarked on 6 different tangents. But I'm having a good time. We're talking about cool stuff.
We'll try. We're gonna do our best.
Letting up my cat in.
Not seen any of the evidence of that, but anyway, let's just move on. Have you ever considered how most corporations in America are
Heroic Skeleton? You brought it up, So I actually have this open.
We're never gonna get through this fucking video, man.
I actually have this open right here because there's actually some relevant things in the critique of Marxism, as well as the some of the work of the Parenti's words here that go along with this. So this book is one of my favorite books I've ever read. I'm going to tap the sign. One day we should read it on stream. It's a long book though. It's about 400 pages. It's so good. It's called Late Victorian Holocausts, El Nino Famines and the Making of the Third World by Mike Davis, who is an awesome Marxist historian.
Rest in power.
Rest in power. He died this year, or I guess technically last year now. He died within a year of today. How about that?
Recently.
And I brought this up just for what you said here. Late Victorian Holocaust is a book by Mike Davis about the connection between political economy and the global climate patterns, particularly the impact of colonialism and the introduction of capitalism during the El Nino Southern Oscillation related famines of 1876, 1878, 1896, 1897, 1899, 1902. So even making it into the 20th century. The book's main conclusion is that the deaths of 30 to 60 million people killed in famines all over the world during the later part of the 19th century were caused by the laissez-faire and Malthusian economic ideology of colonial governments. They say it's a controversial book, but whatever. I love this quote here. Millions died, not outside of the modern world system, but in the very process of being forcibly incorporated into its economic and political structures. They died in the golden age of liberal capitalism. Indeed, many were murdered by the ideological applications of the sacred principles of
Theological.
Bentham. What? Theological. What did I say?
You said ideological.
By the theological application of the sacred principles of Smith, Bentham, and Mill. So,
hey boy,
so keep this in mind anytime that when we play any of these videos where they say things like, we tried Marxism and look, people died. So that means that it's been intellectually disproven. Remember that this happened, the forceful incorporation of the third world into capitalism. Remember that this is what was happening. So, I mean, we can
literally just go back 2-3 chapters and start tallying up the million here,
Right.
million and a quarter there, quarter of a million, all within a 30-year period, within one person's lifetime born after 1950, right?
I mean, we don't even have to go back to the 1800s and the early 1900s.
Yeah.
This also kind of happened, were about I thought that said an estimated. So just read this without the million. It's estimated that maybe 0.8 of one person or 3.8 million Bengalis. Who really knows? You know what I mean?
It's not like we're counting.
Yeah. So that was also going on in modern history.
Be funny if the English estimate is the 0.8 and the Bengali estimate
I don't know,
is
0.8 people died. All right, let's see what Charlie Kirk has to say. I know I'm gonna get caught up again, but I'm having so much fun because I love talking about Mike Davis books.
Structured essentially like private dictatorships, and most employees do not have any democratic control over their own workplaces. And do you think maybe that's the issue? Also, have you thought about how capitalism essentially
is
private property for 90% of the population, and the fact that most people are not given free land as a birthright is a big part of the problem?
Okay, no, but so let's break this down. So I'm guessing you come from a more Marxist theory of value of labor, where you want the workers to own the means of production, right?
Right.
Okay. Are you aware that over 1 million employees in America right now are part of what's called voluntary employee stock exchange programs, where they actually do own the means of production? For example, Publix grocery store, which is the best grocery store in the state of Florida, is
hot take. I agree. I lived in Florida for 7 years. Publix was the best. I'm absolutely an advocate of Publix. So yeah, Publix rules.
all employee owned. So actually in a market, you have the voluntary means to be able to have your employees own, quote unquote, the means of production without ever having to fire a shot. That's pretty cool, right?
Yeah. Have you ever heard of the Mondragon Corporation in Spain?
Oh yeah, I've heard of it. Yes,
definitely
and
a fan of
also
the D.
Widely inefficient and doesn't work very well. But if someone wants to
By
form
the
that
D,
sort
I
of
mean Richard the D.
Side note
Wolf.
on Publix. When I went down to Florida. I was living in Philadelphia at the time, and I grew up in New Jersey. It's a place that prides itself on its hoagie consumption, right? So
what
when I went down to
consumption?
Florida, I met people, and they're like, "Oh, we're going to go to Publix to get a hoagie or to get a sub, as they call it." And I remember being absolutely disgusted by the idea of going to a grocery store for a hoagie, because around here, you would never be caught dead in a ShopRite or an Acme or a Super G or whatever to get a fucking hoagie. Like one of those like school lunch cafeteria wrapped in plastic hoagies. I was like, I can't believe that you're going. And then they were getting sushi. They were getting sushi out of a goddamn grocery store. I couldn't believe it.
You never
both
had
of them.
you never had ShopRite sushi?
No, dude. I don't even think they do that at ShopRite. I don't think you could. I don't think you could ask for that. And dude, I had all of it. It was so good. It was so
I mean,
good.
like, look, I'm not gonna knock, union labor, man.
Yeah.
That
And
sushi
also,
chef, he's
you hear that
union.
last thing he said? He's like, "Oh, we could have the workers own the means of production without firing a shot." We're like, "All right, that's cool. We're not saying we have to shoot people to fucking."
Literally, Fidel even says, like, we wish we could do it any other way, but like,
Yeah.
this is the only option we were given.
He makes this really funny mistake in like he said something that's like, I know it's not what he meant, but yeah, that's what I thought was going to happen at Publix. That's the way I looked at it. But Publix is a quality institution. I will not have them smeared on my stream.
Look, when you come to New Jersey, all right, you got so many different fucking options of
Every
like gas
corner.
station food, like Wawa, Quick Check, 7-Eleven, right?
But not
All
even that.
those, you can get decent food.
But not even that. There's a pizzeria or a deli like every 3 blocks.
Yeah, that's
anyway.
it.
So you don't even have to. You don't have to go to a 7-Eleven. You know what I mean? There's a diner or there's a like I said, a deli or something like that. Like you don't have to live like that around here.
You don't have to live like that.
In Florida, it's like the best. Publix is good eating in Florida.
I mean, let's be real, Pat. Like, it's got to be like a quarter of the population of Florida is just like from New Jersey or Philly.
Oh, it's this. Oh, hey, what's up? Oh, it's this person.
Which person?
Rocket. They were here
We
before.
wish we could do it. And it sounds like a great way to justify a coup by any political movement.
Yeah. Do you believe all coups are bad? Rocket, do you believe all coups are bad? Sam, hold off on anything at this point.
In a democracy are bad.
Did they say that?
That's what they said.
I believe all coups in a democracy are bad. Would you consider the Batista dictatorship in Cuba to be democracy? Is that your idea of democracy?
What about Pinochet? Is Pinochet bad?
Here we go. It's interesting that I ask. They're Googling.
They're digging through that Wikipedia page hard right now.
The fingers are clacking the keyboard. You know when somebody's lying and you ask them something and they have to repeat the question to you?
Yes.
Where did my money go? Where did your money go?
I will answer your question with a question because I don't know how to answer your original question.
Not in the traditional sense, no. But I think it developed quasi-democratic, and you are definitely sidestepping my question.
Yeah.
But I actually have an interesting book called Cuba and Its Neighbors. I won't run downstairs, but I'll bring it up to you. I'll bring it up here just so that you can kind of see that there like might be like a different understanding to democracy, like maybe not the democracy that you particularly acknowledge. So if you look here,
Headley, you need to get something straight.
I'm not cherry picking Batista. We were talking about a quote. We were talking about a quote from Fidel that said, "We wish we could do it any other way," which was in response to toppling the Batista dictatorship. So it is not sidestepping; it is directly referencing the thing that you were referencing.
Right. So, Rocket, just answer the question. What about Pinochet then? If you can't answer Batista, how about Pinochet?
He's acting like it's unrelated. Like I just came out of left field to ask about Batista.
How is it unrelated?
I don't think he knew. That's the problem, is that when I brought up Batista, it was not worse, and it was did not have worse living conditions by any stretch of the imagination. you know nothing about this topic. If you think that the post-revolution living conditions were worse than the pre-revolution, you are absolutely incorrect. And also, here's an interesting book for anybody, for you or for anybody that's interested in reading about Cuba. In his groundbreaking book, Arnold August explores Cuba's unique form of democracy, presenting a detailed and balanced analysis of Cuba's electoral process and the states functioning between elections by comparing them with practices in the US, Venezuela, Bolivia, and Ecuador. August shows that people's participation in politics and society is not limited to a singular US-centric understanding of democracy.
No, they're not.
How many people do you think died in the Cuban Revolution? Let's see if you can answer that question. How many people died in the Cuban Revolution?
We have
Because you're putting
literally
them up
talked.
with the most bloody of fascists.
Oh, and also fascism was a large part
No,
based.
no, hold on. Don't even acknowledge anything else. We're going to ban you. I'll have them ban you out of the chat if you can't answer that question. Because then I don't think you're going to be in good faith. So you can Google it. You can do whatever you have to do. But you have to answer this question before I'll engage with you. And I'll just have the mod ban you because you're not in good faith if you don't answer this question.
And Dorian, yeah, we have different opinions, regarding democracy, and I'm not going to knock Pat's lived experience of going to Cuba, but I consider Cuba a democracy.
Yeah, but I mean, like the coup itself, you know what I mean? It's like this nature of democracy is like, do you mean like a liberal democracy? Because no, it's
Right.
not like
so it's one of those things where it's just like, well, what do you mean by democracy?
Exactly. Dude, it's highlighted. It's been highlighted the whole time. How many people died in the Cuban Revolution? Because you're saying it's as bloody as fascists.
Right.
And the worst fascists is what your claim was. And I want to see if you can answer the question, how many people died in the Cuban Revolution? And if that stands up to your claim that the Cuban Revolution was somehow, or the communist regime of Cuba killed more people than the bloodiest of fascist regimes. I'm going to let you figure this one out and embarrass you through your own research. You can embarrass yourself. Where's the Jeopardy music? Hold on.
Folks, we're not going to finish chapter 8.
That's not all my fault.
I'm not. It's not. It's what happens when you have like two hosts with fucking serious ADD. How does that relate to my question?
Okay, you can ban him out.
Yeah, how many people died? There's
You can ban him. You can ban him out.
So professional that lost one man.
You can time him out. You can time him out.
And their guerrilla warfare, in my opinion, Soviet Union sent their troops in disguised as revolutionaries and assisted Cuba. This is the most like fucking like Marvel movie fucking brain bullshit I have ever read.
So you don't know how many. So you have no evidence for your claim of how many.
No,
so
they're just making like
baseless
wild accusations.
It's Then why are you saying that it's as bad as the bloodiest fascist regimes?
Because he doesn't need to. He just runs on vibes.
I know. No, I'm illustrating to him and anyone else in the chat that may be on edge. You'll be like, oh, is this legitimate criticism of how ridiculous and unfounded every one of these sentences are? Can you admit that can you admit that you were wrong about that? Can you admit that you were wrong about that?
No evidence for my claim the regime of communists isn't bloody because I don't know specifics of a revolution.
Will you admit that the Cuban post-Cuban regime was less bloody than the worst fascists by like orders of magnitude?
No.
Like it's not even comparable. Like it's not even.
Here you go. You want to debate these freaks. So
what happened?
He's doing ad hominems.
Oh, because he said my ear hole.
Yeah, I didn't say Cuban. Also, no, Cuba was extremely bloody.
Was it as bloody as a fascist dictator? Here, you specifically said Castro and communists are generally much more bloody than the worst fascists. You see it? I didn't say Cuban. You see his last thing where he says, I didn't say Cuban, but also, in this sentence that I have.
Wait, it would be this way. Does he look triggered to you? Is that what somebody that's like upset looks like?
So do you agree that Castro was not as bloody as that. I hope you're aware that you've been wrong and just systematically embarrassed in every claim that you've made anytime that you've entered this chat. Thank you, Sam Gerbs. It's a bit of an academic distinction. Oh my God.
Bruh.
You just...
Nah.
Oh man, that's really, who can really know? You know what I mean? There's some people that say that 6 million Jews and many more Eastern Europeans that were pushed into murder pits and systemically executed just on the basis of being Slavic or Jewish versus, 1
or
to
2,000 or gay
fascistic,
or socialist or communist.
yeah, versus 1 to 2,000 fascistic collaborators that tortured the people that were executed in Nuremberg style trials.
They were actually saved.
Who can really tell?
Who can really
tell? I mean, I'm just so confused about which of these is worse. I can't even categorically state it. Am I the one on the left?
I actually, yeah, you are the one on the left. I actually do have autism though. So good job. You're getting banned. That's it.
Okay. Well, you brought this upon yourself. I hope you had fun being a chew toy. You good, Johnny?
Yep, that's that. Nope, I'm not. And like, you know what? They can try and fucking message me or whatever. Robbo, I understand the sentiment. But it's done.
What did Robbo say? Or is it caught up in the filter?
Caught in the filter, but like I understand the sentiment. No, you're good. You're good.
What was he just coming at the person?
Yeah, I don't blame him.
Yeah, neither do I. That's what we're doing. But allowing that to go on for a few minutes, I think, is important because there might be somebody here that isn't as well read as we are. And if you see somebody like jumping in here and saying all these things that might, like, to like an uneducated person sound true, because this is the narrative that is pushed, that that Cuba and Castro is somehow on some kind of like political level as Hitler or something like that. And to have that like just demonstrably annihilated might save that person from believing that more.
Yeah. So, all right.
He called it an academic distinction.
We didn't actually even get past the intro for the 8th chapter today.
Yes, we did.
Where did we get to? Did we even get to?
We're in the durable basics.
Oh, okay. So we're into this.
So let's get back to Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens.
Son of a bitch.
Corporation here in the country, in America, they can. That's what's so beautiful about a free market. If you want to have what's called an ESOP, if you file under federal tax code, an employee stock essentially exchange program, you can. If you want to have an LLC, an S corp, a C corp, you want to be the only person in your company, you can. What matters is what kind of value are you creating? And here's the big thing: is that just because someone gets rich doesn't mean someone gets poor. When someone works for somebody else,
is there comedic is there a comedic element to the Maurice Bishop overthrow? Listen, that little debate part was a minor that made up like maybe 10 or 15% of our overall detraction. Do you agree?
Yeah, no.
We were off the rails long before that. Do you want to get out of this video?
I'm not saying I didn't play a part. All right. I'm not saying that.
Look, the only reason I brought this up is because listen to what he's saying. Remember what I was saying, how there's that whole, like, if one person gets rich, it doesn't mean that someone else has to get poor, that Parenti was just saying?
Yes.
This is exactly what he's saying here. That's
Under
why I want
a federal tax code, an employee stock essentially exchange program, you can. If you want to have an LLC, an S corp, a C corp, you want to be the only person in your company, you can. What matters is what kind of value are you creating? And here's the big thing: is that just because someone gets rich doesn't mean someone gets poor. When someone works for somebody else, they're getting a wage, they're getting an opportunity, they're being able to get their kids through college, put food on the table. Where we disagree the most with the Marxist left is that the Marxists come after this and they will say it is inherently exploitation if someone is gaining wealth. That is wrong. That is fundamentally wrong. If you buy a product, not only did someone have to make the product, but they have a job, they have a wage, they're able to provide them for themselves. But if your product isn't good, people are not going to buy it. If your product is worthless, people are not going to keep on buying it time and time again. That is why things get better over time. Capitalism does three things: makes prices go down, quality go up, and more people that have more stuff. That's why insane. The poorest people in America are the richest people in the world.
You're not. Did you already said there? Like, I think he just like messed up. I don't think that's what he meant, but he just said the poorest people in America are the richest people in the world. Like, I don't think that was at all.
Oh no, I know what he's getting at, and I've heard it before. That, like,
no, he's saying that like the poorest here are better than the rich in other countries, is what he says, which really isn't true. Yeah, because I was just in India, right, a place with like absolutely exceedingly debilitating fucking poverty, the worst poverty that I've ever experienced on like the couple continents that I visited. Right. But there's still like very rich people there. There's still people there that are living better than a lot of the poorest people in the United States. There's people living in India and Guatemala City that are living much, much better than people in North Camden and North Philadelphia that I've witnessed personally. Right. So that's just not true. And also it's like, the rest of the world includes Western Europe, right? Right. Like even like, you know what I mean? Like other imperial core countries are part of the world. You know,
like
that, right?
like some dude, right, is gonna wake up in the morning and ride his bicycle down to his job at like the fucking library, right? And be able to afford like, a 2-bedroom apartment in like fucking Belgium or some shit, right? While like, it
having
makes
all
up
of his medical and school like essentially covered.
Yeah, right, exactly. And like, just eating better food, living a better, happier life, less stress,
more
and
minimum wage, more union representation that makes McDonald's pay like $25 an hour, and a Big Mac isn't even like 25 cents more expensive.
Meanwhile, I can't explain why I can't sleep at night anymore.
Yeah, my heart pounds out of my chest every night when I lay in bed, and I don't know why. And I can't afford to go to the hospital. And I make probably more than the average person.
Time. Capitalism does three things: makes prices go down, quality go up, and more people that have more stuff. That is why the poorest people in America are the richest people in the world.
It does like the literal inverse of everything he just said. It does like the direct opposite of that. And it's like, I feel bad for this dude because it's like, you can't go off.
Well, how do you, what about like people who don't have any money? If you use money to determine people's wants and needs, then essentially people who don't have any money are going to be left out.
This is
like when money is
what do you mean? How do you account people with no money? This is America. If you have no money, you can work hard and you will be awarded for that. I started with absolutely nothing in my life. So I'm the person you're looking for.
Wait. Did Candace Owens grow up poor? She was raised in Stamford, Connecticut. Is Stamford a broke area of?
Bro, I don't know shit about Connecticut. She was raised by her grandparents around the age of 11 or 12 after her parents divorced. She is the third of 4 children. Said her paternal grandfather, Robert Owens, a Black American, was born in North Carolina. Owens is also of Caribbean American heritage through her grandmother, who is originally from St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. She's a graduate of Stanford High School. Senior in high school, Owens received 3 racist death threat voicemail messages totaling 2 minutes from a group of white male classmates. Joshua Starr, the city superintendent of schools, listened to the voicemail message and said that they were horrendous. Owens' family sued the Stanford Board of Education in federal court, alleging that the city did not protect the rights, resulting in a $37,000 500 settlement in January 2008. She has a
All right.
TEDx talk on the subject. Owens pursued an undergraduate degree in journalism at the University of Rhode Island. She dropped out after her junior year because of an issue with her student loan. Afterwards, she worked as an intern for Vogue magazine in New York. In 2012, Owens took a job as an administrative assistant for a private equity firm in Manhattan, later moving up to become its vice president of administration.
According to Dave, Stanford is like the literal cliche when you think of a rich town. It also says that it's a home of 9 Fortune 500 companies, numerous divisions of large corporations. It gives it the largest financial district in New York metropolitan outside of New York City, and the nation's largest concentration of corporations. That's interesting.
And she used a crowdfunder on Kickstarter for her website Social Autopsy in 2016 for Gamergate, apparently. To expose bullies on the internet tracking their digital footprint. Okay, yeah. All TED Talks are cursed. Don't
Dude,
ever.
if we're looking for any information about anything ever, whenever a TED Talk comes up, I just scroll right past it. Like this is
Yeah, no. I think that the people that take TED Talk seriously as some sort of like place for ideas and like academically like reviewed, like Sam Hyde had a TikTok.
a TikTok.
I mean, not a TikTok, a fucking TED Talk. Fuck you. He had a fucking like where he dressed up like a fucking Persian immortal from the movie 300, right? It talks about how we just need to kill all the old people. So like, I don't care. I don't care about anybody's TED Talk.
This cat is being crazy right now.
She flipped and became his biggest fan, probably because that's how you make money in America right now.
Well, the Daily Wire, or the Turning Point needed, a token black female to espouse. They needed someone that was not a white male to espouse their rhetoric for them, and they paid handsomely for it, I assume.
I believe the term is token.
Yeah. This is my boy cat. I showed you guys the girl cat the other day.
That's boy cat.
That's boy cat.
But dude, guess how old she is?
My girl cat?
No, fucking Candace
Candace
Owens.
How old is she?
Guess, man.
28.
Nah, bro, she's 33.
Oh wow, she's older than me.
She's younger than me. That's what's fucking blowing my mind.
Let's let him finish.
It's crazy. Okay, all right. So what's the next thing that we're trying to get at here?
What?
So, all right. Look, for anybody that's never read this chapter of Blackshirts and Reds, this whole like some durable basics, right? This is like a crash course in like basic economic and not economic, like Marxian theory, so to speak.
Right. And the next part here, conservative ideologues defend capitalism as the system that prefers culture, traditional values, the family, and community. Marxists would respond that capitalism has done more to undermine such things than any other system in history, given its wars, colonizations, and forced migrations, its enclosures, evictions, poverty wages, child labor, homelessness, underemployment, crime, drug infestation, and urban squalor. All over the world, community in the broader sense, the Gaiman shaft, with its organic social relationships and strong reciprocal bonds of the commonality and kinship, is forcibly transformed by global capital into commercialized, atomized, mass market societies. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels referred to capitalism's implacable drive to settle over the whole surface of the globe, creating a world after its own image. No system in history has been more relentless in battering down ancient and fragile cultures, pulverizing centuries-old practices in a matter of years, devouring the resources of whole regions, and standardizing varieties of human experience.
Now,
And
tell me that doesn't sound familiar.
on that point, just remember, This is the whole reason why I brought this book up here. And this is what happens when capitalism extends itself and homogenizes the world into its, the fold of liberal capitalism. These are the things that take place. Anything you want to add to this?
Like it reminds me a lot of like what we talk about when we talk about like the colonialism, when we talk about how there is like, like especially when it comes to indigenous societies that like,
I'm
we
sorry.
think of them. Oh, sorry.
This is late
What's it called?
Victorian Holocausts
Late
by
Victorian
Mike
Holocaust.
Davis. I think he's typing it in.
Yep.
Sorry. I get real
You're
excited
good.
and I start holding up books.
He's just got a library there, folks. Like you don't believe me, but so yeah, I think that like this reminds me a lot of like what we talk about, especially when we were talking to Rick, and especially when you start thinking about how we view other places around the world, right? Like conceptually, like we think that like Syria is the Middle East and not Mediterranean. We think that like indigenous people share a single culture throughout all of, Turtle Island or North America. We think that like, all Europeans share like this common identity as Europeans. We think that there is only one kind of person that lives within Russia. We think that,
Or we'll say Asian, but
right,
like for like somebody that looks potentially like a Chinese ethnic person, but
right,
like India is like a huge part of Asia, and
right,
they don't look aesthetically, they don't look similar at all.
right. And you know what I meant, Sebs. You know I'm all about Europe actually just being an angry, loud, piss baby peninsula of Western Asia. That Europe is, non-existent. But it's interesting that this again brings back what Parenti writes about so very often, that capitalism is not just an economic mode of production, it's also a social mode of production, or at least like a social construct, right? And that like it recreates itself, and it recreates this devouring, whole regions, and standardizing the varieties of human experience. It eliminates any context or nuance. It eliminates any kind of foundation for like all of these things. And we think of these events happening throughout the world as just random events with nothing to investigate further. But yeah, we'll get further into it.
Right. And also, I mean, oh shit, I closed
What?
the whole fucking slides. Okay, we're back in business, people. Don't worry. Don't worry. Okay. Also, there is just like, when Thomas Sankara is like pointing at the people that are wearing like Yankees shirts and stuff like that, and like, or Harvard or something like that.
I
Like,
think it was Hollister or something, wasn't it?
I don't know. I thought it was like Harvard, or I thought it was
might
like
have been
the
Harvard.
But it kind of goes to show that the homogenization of culture that comes like through like capital expropriation of the world in terms of its markets.
We could just call it dispossession. I mean, that's what it really does. It dispossesses you of your own narrative. It dispossesses you of any sovereignty. It dispossesses you of any kind of like right to land or anything like that. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, but just in terms of the cultural, you know what I mean? Like I was just referring it to it, that it kind of like, gets its tendrils, all throughout. You can see like American music, like American restaurants, the biggest Taco Bell in the world is in Guatemala.
It's like it's like a cordyceps. It's like a fungal infection.
Okay. Okay, here we go. The cordyceps.
Cordyceps.
Big capital has no commitment to anything but capital accumulation, no loyalty to any nation, culture, or people. It moves inexorably according to its inner imperative to accumulate at the highest possible rate without concern for human and environmental costs. The first law of the market is to make the largest possible profit from other people's labor. Private profitability rather than human need is the determining condition of private investment. There prevails a rational systematization of human endeavor in pursuit of a socially irrational end. Accumulate, accumulate, accumulate.
Right. I mean, that's why we're staring climate change in the face and doing largely nothing. That's why we are staring at, like, you know, the radicalization of people into like white supremacy and, you know, things like phenomena like QAnon and shit like that, with very little, if anything, being done by, like, you know, the people that run this fucking shit show, because it doesn't matter to them. It doesn't really affect them. It doesn't affect their ability until it starts affecting their ability to accumulate wealth in some fashion. It will not be a threat until it starts threatening their ability to have a death grip, right, on the working class of America. And there's no way for them to manipulate that. Then it'll be an issue. Then they'll step in. The big Taco Bell. I wonder what it historically used to be.
It says it was a bank. Do you see it?
I see it.
This 6,400 square foot restaurant is the largest Taco Bell in the world. The historic building used to be a bank, and now it's shelling out tacos.
That's not gonna lie, that's kind of depressing. I know, like, I'm not, like, you know, a fan of banks or anything. It's just
no, we just had this like historic building. It's on this street called La Sexta, which is like a big road in Guatemala City, in the zone 8. It's like the historic zone of Guatemala.
Rob, would you say not Rob, fucking Pat, would you say that there are better taco places in Guatemala than Taco Bell?
I don't think I got. Oh yeah, I was about to say I didn't eat Taco Bell while I was there.
Now I'm kind of disappointed that you didn't even like.
I ate McDonald's while I was there though. Can I tell you a story? Can I tell you a story? Can we go off track again? When I was in India, right? I spent the first 4 weeks that I was in India in Kerala, which is like far more. It's less industrial or less, maybe, I don't want to use the word developed, but it doesn't have as much. There's not McDonald's. You don't drive by McDonald's and stuff like that, right? So like every day for like 4 weeks, I ate Indian food. I ate Indian food. I would eat like duck stew for breakfast. Like it was really like whatever the people in the house I was staying in would make is what I was eating. So it was a lot of paratha, which is like this special kind of. It's not like naan. It's different. It's way better in my opinion.
Yeah,
that they make in Kerala. It's so good. But after like 4 weeks of eating it, I was like so tired of it. Like I just wanted like some other kind of food. So when I got to New Delhi, that's where I went after Kerala. The first thing I did, there was a Subway near my hotel, and I walked down the street and I went to the Subway and I like felt like I was at home for once. And like,
you mean like $5 foot long
Subway.
Is it out of anything else, out of any other American foodery?
Dude, I wanted it so bad. I just wanted a sandwich, like a hoagie.
Well, was it
had
any different?
No, it was exactly the same.
Jesus Christ. Oh my
God. The only
God.
thing different is that in India, the Whoppers, like the Burger King Whoppers, are chicken.
Well, yeah. It's beef, dude.
No, but I'm saying this, they use the same word. They're like, oh, you want a Whopper? Here it is. And it just has chicken on it.
Yeah, because the American Whopper has beef on it.
You think I don't know that? I'm just saying it's interesting to go there and be like Burger King, like
you all right. So the majority of the country is Hindu, right?
Yeah.
What animal do Hindus specifically? Yeah. All right. Okay. All right.
But it's still interesting.
It is interesting. It's kind of like when I went to McDonald's in the UK and like they sold beer, and I was just like, "Wow, this is awesome!" If only I still drank.
What a utopian! What a utopia! Yeah, we got in Philly. We got what's called the tamale lady, and in Philly, especially in South Philly where I live, there's people that are either in cars or just out of like a hot pot thing in a cart will just stand out in the corner and just sling tamales all day.
You mean like the ladies that hand out the mangoes on the McCarter Highway in Newark?
Oh, I don't know. I never really messed around in Newark, man.
Oh.
But I believe that happens. I believe that you believe. We're having fun.
So it was an interesting one today. I think this is the most in the weeds that we've ever gone, like, on an episode.
Yeah. You know what it is though? It's that we're talking about a lot of theory here. And thus, like, it opens up a lot of like theoretical or like philosophical discussion. It's not just like breaking down a chronology in a context of a historical event. It's more interactive between us, and that leads to tangents.
What's up, Dimitri?
Hey, Dimitri, how are you? Thank you for being here.
Yes, I do believe in a life.
Is a hot dog a sandwich?
Yeah. It's just a cylindrical sandwich, kind of.
Okay.
It's an elongated slider.
All right, I'll take that. I think I'll take it as a sandwich too. You want to read this one?
Surely. More right than wrong. Those who reject Marx frequently contend that his predictions about proletariat revolution have proven wrong. From this, they conclude that his analysis of the nature of capitalism and imperialism must also be wrong. But we should distinguish between Marx and the chiliastic thinker, or is it chiliastic, whatever, thinker who made grandly optimistic predictions about the flowering of the human condition, and Marx the economist and social scientist who provided us with fundamental insights into capitalist society that have held painfully true to the present day. The latter Marx has been regularly misrepresented by anti-Marxist writers. Consider the following predictions. Business cycles and the tendency toward recession. Marx noted that something more than greed is involved in the capitalist relentless pursuit of profit. Given the pressure of competition and rising wages, capitalists must make technological innovations to increase their productivity and diminish their labor costs. This creates problems of its own. The more capital goods, such as machinery, plants, technologies, fuels, needed for production, the higher the fixed costs and the greater the pressure to increase productivity to maintain profit margins. But I mean, like, at the end of the day, even if we're talking about like machinery and robots and fucking all this other fucking shit, right? It still requires a person to make it. Even if you made a machine that makes other machines, it requires a person.
It's an infinite regress fallacy.
Yeah. And even if it were to break, is this a self-fixing machine? Is this a self-maintaining maintenance machine?
Right.
Are we asking for that fucking video game?
And even then, let's say we do achieve some level of, insane automation that makes human labor irrelevant. What is your solution to that? If it's not socialism, then what is it?
So, chat, do you remember that dickhead, Andrew Yang, from a couple years ago, who brought the phrase UBI, right, into everyone's fucking minds, right? With nothing about the details underneath about like what was he going to cut in order to afford this universal basic income, right? He was going to, in case you didn't know, he was going to cut welfare and basically every other social safety net program.
Right. And probably not apply any kind of like rent controls where like some landlord can be like, oh, you're getting an extra $5,000 a month. That's interesting. Your rent just went up $4,800.
Exactly.
Yeah. So meaning that this is precisely back to what I was saying in the beginning, that just because there might be some like redistributive process, if you don't have like a Marxist analysis of way that like class position will influence political and social policies, like this might seem like a very grand and egalitarian solution to poverty, like give people $5,000 a month. But if you're illiterate at looking at things from a class basis, you'll never be like, oh, well, that just means that goods, services, shelter, utilities will go up at a commensurate rate to what people are able to afford to accommodate profit.
You know, we've never tried it before, so I really can't argue, that it won't work, right? But
Technically, you're right.
like I can't really make a full argument that won't be the solution. But yeah, good luck trying to get people behind it, though. I support it. So he goes on to say, or where the hell are we? Fucking more right than wrong.
Are you looking for the next part, or?
Yeah, I got my PDF open and everything.
All right. Well,
did you
is what you're
include
looking for?
the footnote? Because I thought the
I don't
footnote,
believe so.
it's a pretty long footnote, but it works
Yeah,
pretty good.
Sam, I don't know if you remember when we did the divide, we brought up the Alaskan redistribution policy that because of oil wealth from Alaska, everybody gets money every year.
Well, that's
And
the
then
thing
it's
about
actually
right-wing states. Right-wing states often are reliant the most, or I'm sorry, not right-wing, red states in America, more often than not, are the most subsidized by the federal government over blue states. So there's a footnote to that last paragraph that I read about the maturity of the plants, the pressure to increase productivity to maintain profit margins. And he says that as an industry becomes more capital intensive, proportionately more money must be invested to generate a given number of jobs. But businesses is not dedicated to creating jobs. In fact, capitalists are constantly devising ways to downsize the workforce. From 1980 to 1990, the net number of jobs created by the biggest corporations in the United States, the Fortune 500, was 0. The new jobs of that period came mostly from less capital-intensive smaller firms, light industry, service industry, and the public sector.
Fuck, man. Yeah, and that kind of, there's some of these refutations that some of these conservative views that talk about how great, how it never discusses the fluency or the solvency of employees, you know what I mean, where employees are hired and fired at the whim of the usefulness or the profitability. I know that we went over this in the divide, where there can just be massive layoffs for basically any reason.
It's fascism, one man rule. You know what I mean? Rule by decree. It's autocratic in nature.
So to continue, since workers are not paid enough to buy back the goods and services they produce, Marx noted there is always the problem of a disparity between mass production and aggregate demand. If demand slackens, owners cut back on production and investment. Even when there is ample demand, they are tempted to downsize the workforce and intensify the rate of exploitation of the remaining employees, seizing any opportunity to reduce benefits and wages. The ensuing drop in the workforce's buying power leads to a further decline in demand and to the business recessions that inflict the greatest pain on those with the least assets. Marx foresaw this tendency of profits to fall and for protracted recessions and economic instability. As the economist Robert Heilbroner noted, this was an extraordinary prediction, as for Marx day economists did not recognize boom and bust business cycles as inherent to the capitalist system. But today we know that recessions are a chronic condition, and as Marx also predicted, they have become international in scope. So this actually refers pretty cleanly to one of the main reasons that the Great Depression happened.
Mm-hmm.
You had the culmination of the robber baron Gilded Age leading to the Roaring 20s, and then this point where this exact dynamic was being followed, where employers were incentivized to pay their employees the lowest wage possible while simultaneously charging the most for the commodities produced. So when you pay the consumer base as little as possible and raise the commodity price to as high as realistically possible, these things do not complement one another.
No.
And this, just like Parenti is stating and that Marx predicted, this causes recession, depression, economic ruts, things like that.
Right. And I think that like the one thing that like you can say that is a very big deal and very much worth studying right now, and why like people like David Harvey and fucking what's the other guy that we really like? Samir Amin. But he like, would you consider him like an economist?
Yeah.
Okay. I was thinking of the other guy with
David Hart, Jason Hickel.
Jason Hickel. There's
Andrew Chang.
Hudson. There's Steve Keen. Michael Hudson. That's the one I was trying to think of. That these cycles of boom and bust, they're happening at a faster interval than they have ever occurred. Like pretty much every 3 to 5 years now.
Well, and it all requires the state and collective means to keep the whole thing in business.
Right.
Unlike many proponents of libertarianism would have you believe. So then the next point would be capital concentration. When the Communist Manifesto first appeared in 1848, bigness was the exception rather than the norm. Yeah, I thought that was a typo for a second. Bigness was the exception rather than the norm. Yet Marx predicted that large firms would force out or buy up smaller adversaries and increasingly dominate the business world. As capital became more concentrated, this was not the accepted wisdom of the day and must have sounded improbable to those who gave it any attention. But it has come to pass. Indeed, the rate of mergers and takeovers has been higher in the 80s and the 90s than at any other time in the history of capitalism. We can see this across many. We can see this in the media, the way that the media has been centralized as a result of the competition. Everybody talks about the competition of capitalism. What is the end result of competition?
Monopoly.
If 10 companies are in competition with each other, and through a bracket based competition, what happens at the end?
Monopoly.
One person wins. There's someone at the end that has won that process.
Fucking what's his name?
The early 20th century, when like some of the Sherman Trust laws and things like that actually came into play after Marx was dead. Marx was actually acutely correct in this tendency of competition to create monopoly. And it wasn't until there was state intervention that this was to some degree hampered, so that the economy wasn't destroyed by, well, maybe not destroyed, but civil society wasn't destroyed by monopoly, should I say.
Right.
You want to do this one?
Sure.
I'm going to pee real quick.
More right than wrong. Growth of the proletariat, another of Marx's predictions, is that the proletariat, workers who have no tools of their own and must work for wages or salaries, selling their labor to someone else, would become an ever greater percentage of the workforce. In 1820, about 75% of Americans worked for themselves on farms or in small businesses and artisan crafts. By 1940, that number had dropped to 21.6%. Today, less than 10% of the labor force is self-employed. The same shift in the workforce can be observed in the Third World. From 1970 to 1980, the number of wage workers in Asia and Africa increased by almost 2/3, from 72 million to 120 million. The tendency is toward the steady growth of the working class, both industrial and service workers, and, as Marx predicted, this is happening globally, in every land upon which capitalism descends. And like, I really don't think that you can consider like an Uber driver like, self-employed, no matter how much they try and make these distinctions of like, oh, you're just a contracted worker.
No, you're an employee with none of the benefits is what you are.
Yeah, pretty much. With none of the protections, that the few protections that like, U.S. labor law has, you get none of them.
Yeah, exactly. Proletarian revolution. As capitalism develops, so will the proletariat. Marx predicted. We have seen that to be true, but he went further. With the growing misery and polarization, the masses would eventually rise up and overthrow the bourgeois and put the means of production under public ownership for the benefit of all. The revolution would come in the more industrialized capitalist countries that had large developed working classes. Certainly, Marx's predictions about the revolution have not materialized. There has been no successful proletarian revolution in an advanced capitalist society. As the working class developed, so did the capitalist state, whose function has been to protect the capitalist class, with its mechanisms of police oppression and its informational and cultural hegemony. So this is what we're talking about, what Marx got right. What did Marx get wrong? What Marx got wrong is that he believed that Germany or some other bastion of capitalist industrialization would be the first to realize a revolution. And he thought that there needed to be this industrial process as well as the proletarianization of a population for this revolution to be carried out. This was partially true in Soviet Russia, or Russia prior to the revolution, where there was still like a semi-feudal order. And then Russia went through the process of the NEP for the purpose of proletarianizing the peasants, correct?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, like,
now,
look,
and this is the reason why Marxism is not necessarily a dogma, because this has gone through iterations of those who had implemented it, and it comes out with a little bit altered or a little bit evolved, or just with a different understanding as it goes through each of these iterations.
so when you learn about, like, the Communist Party of Indonesia, for instance, as an example, there's this like orthodox Marxist idea that, like, you need to have capitalism first
Right.
in order to develop that into socialism. And they literally like thought like, oh, we'll open up like Indonesia as like a capitalist country, right? And then we'll transition into socialism.
Yeah. Once we get our primitive accumulation going.
I like the term productive forces.
Yeah.
Marx was
Right.
unable to have an
And
imperial.
then we have The Gift of Imperialism by Lenin. And by the
Right.
gift of imperialism, I mean, quote, imperialism as in the title of the book.
Vladimir Ivanovich Lenin.
Yeah, which is obviously one of the most important contributions to the socialist tradition or the Marxist tradition that history has provided us.
Right. And look, like we talked about on I think it was last Friday with Red Falcon, right? That, like, Lenin, Marx, all these, but they can only really like get an accurate idea of what's going on in like their direct surroundings.
Right.
They don't have like this. They don't have like the internet or like, instant means of communication. They don't have this like instant means and to even like be able to like proof like a lot of like what they are getting their analysis from in terms of like foreign countries and stuff, which is why like Lenin will have ideas about like what the US is like. Marx will have ideas about what indigenous people live their lives like, or how they structured their societies, and the same thing with
Right.
Engels too.
You want to do this one?
Sure. Marx also underestimated the extent to which the advanced capitalist state could use its wealth and power to create a variety of institutions that retard and distract popular consciousness or blunt discontent through rote reform programs. Contrary to his expectations, successful revolutions occurred in less developed, largely peasant societies such as Russia, China, Cuba, Vietnam. Probably also add Lao and the DPRK, but whatever. Through the proletariats in those countries participated, and sometimes, as in the case of Russia in 1917, even spearheaded the insurgency. Although Marx's predictions about revolution have not materialized as he envisioned in recent years, there have been impressive instances of working class militancy in South Korea, South Africa, Argentina, Italy, France, Germany, Great Britain, and dozens of other countries, including even the United States. Such mass struggles usually go unreported in the corporate media. In 1984 to 85, in Great Britain, a bitter year-long strike resulted on some 10,500 coal miners being arrested, 6,500 injured or battered, and 11 killed. For the British miners locked in conflict, class struggle was something more than a quaint, obsolete concept. And I want to see. fuck it, we won't pull up a video, but I think there's like an interesting kind of history that's often overlooked about the striking miners during 1984 and 85 is that they actually received a lot of assistance from like the Desi diaspora that like, you know, lived in England. Like they would, you know, have like food drives and stuff and like, you know, come together as a community of not just workers, but also like, you know, minorities that were often like, you know, antagonized.
Interesting. And also, I mean, just to build off of the proletarian revolution part, Marx was correct very much that a attempted proletarian revolution existed almost ubiquitously throughout the world in the 20th century. Not maybe at the same time, but as you really start to learn the history of the 20th century, there's places that you never had. I never had an idea that there was a, you know, an attempted socialist revolution. There's other places like Yemen, places
Right.
like Albania, places like Italy,
Algeria.
places like Algeria, pretty much every single country in Africa, pretty much every single country in Asia, pretty much every single country in Latin America, and many even European countries attempted this, and almost every Arab nation attempted this also.
So here's the list from Wikipedia of some of these countries had communist governments while others italicized did not. So I guess I'll skip over the italicized ones, but we'll start with Somali Democratic Republic.
I have no idea about what happened in Somalia with that.
The People's Republic of the Congo, Cape Verde, Sao Tome and Principe. I'm probably mispronouncing the shit out of that. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
South Yemen, like Pat mentioned, Guinea-Bissau, Derg.
I bring up the South Yemen thing real quick. Are we going to get too crazy?
Let me just finish the list and we'll pull up the South Yemen thing. There's the People's Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Lao People's Democratic Republic, People's Republic of Benin, People's Republic of Mozambique, People's Republic of Angola, Seychelles, Democratic Republic of Afghanistan, People's Revolutionary Government of Grenada, People's Republic of Kampuchea, and come on, I'm not reading that last one.
So check this out.
The sad Italian X erasure will not stand.
This is something that like even like after I had already read maybe like 100 books or something like that, I didn't even come across the situation in South Yemen. And I don't know if that's just by happenstance or because this is something that is just never talked about. But South Yemen, there's a lot of words that, you know, the different types of, was a communist state that existed from 67 to 1990 as a state in the Middle East and the southern and eastern provinces of the present day Republic of Yemen, including the island of Socotra. South Yemen's origins, there's origins. Oh wait, am I too low? Okay. We're going to get down into that, we're going to get down to that part. There's the British rule, decolonization, and then what happens after that? The establishment of a Marxist-Leninist state. In June 1969, a radical Marxist wing of the NLF gained power in an event known as the Corrective Move. The radical wing reorganized the country into the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen. Subsequently, all political parties were amalgamated into the National Liberation Front, renamed the Yemeni Socialist Party, which became the only legal party. The People's Democratic Republic of Yemen established close ties with the Soviet Union, China, Cuba, PLO, East Germany, and its constitution of 1968 served as a kind of blueprint for the first constitution, meaning East Germany's GDR constitution became a blueprint. The new government embarked on a program of nationalization, introduced central planning, put limits on housing ownership and rent, and implemented land reforms. By 1973, the GDP of South Yemen increased by 25%. I know that this is an economically defunct, economically illiterate Marxist-Leninist, you know what I mean? But, how does in like a few years, South Yemen increase their GDP by 25% with central planning? Can you believe it? And despite the conservative environment and resistance, women became legally equal to men. Polygamy, child marriage, and arranged marriages were all banned by law. Equal rights and divorce were also sanctioned. The Republic also secularized education, and Sharia law was replaced by state legal code. The The major communist powers assisted the building of the PDRY's armed forces. Strong support from Moscow resulted in Soviet naval forces gaining access to naval facilities in South Yemen. I would love to read about this so much. I feel like there's so much that I want to know. This was the first ever communist state that was actually established in an Arab country. And it's like, we have a civil war, we have a current issue. This is the things that I don't know. These are the things that I want to learn about. Hold on one second. Let me show you something. This is precisely the questions that I also have, Sebzev, is the current issue that we're dealing with, the Yemeni conflict that the U.S. is supporting Saudi Arabia in. Can we trace this back to the Marxist-Leninist South?
You probably could, but I don't believe it is directly related.
Well, maybe if you guys would just pressure Johnny, we'll read this book sometime. I'm just kidding. Johnny,
pressure what?
I'm just kidding.
Look at that link, that Wikipedia link I just sent you in private chat.
Give me 1 second because I just want to check this out. I found this book too, another expensive book. All the books that I want are so expensive. South Yemen's independence struggle, generations of resistance. Get out of here. Why don't you just show me that? So it's a $54 book. I was just checking to see. It seems like it doesn't say. It says at the beginning of 2007, there's a loose merger of different peoples. Of the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen, who were forced from their jobs after the war of 1994, only 4 years after the unification between PDRY and the Yemen Arab Republic. I don't know. There's another time where we can look at that. But that's a book I found that looks interesting.
So I want to show you this image so that you can feel sad.
Is it the one that you sent me here?
Yep.
What the hell? Oops. The problem with this is that maybe this talks about like formal governance or something like that. But, look, Guatemala doesn't even have any color to it, despite and I used to know all the names. There was 4 major guerrilla groups that fought in the Civil War that were, and it doesn't even talk about Arbenz. Why wouldn't Arbenz be considered in that? You know what I mean?
So then, what we should really take away from this is that this image isn't even complete.
Oh, not even close. This is not even close to being complete.
Look at how much of the world and how much of what is considered the global South, right, is so, or at least at one point, so close to liberation.
Yeah, but I think there should be more. Like, why wouldn't Nelson Mandela's
South Africa?
Why wouldn't South Africa be colored?
I don't know. It's Wikipedia, so there's your answer right there.
I think that there is a lot of misconception about Arbenz, and I've actually written about this myself. In something that I don't know why I'm saying it like that. Like I never released like anything, but Arbenz was actually like read Marx, read Stalin, read Lenin, had like all of his closest friends and confidants were all communists, were all members of the communist parties and the labor unions and things like that. And I'm pretty sure he even stated that, kind of like what Johnny was saying, that they needed to develop capitalism before transitioning to socialism.
And orange means they were moving towards socialism. So take from that what you will. It's just, I don't know. It's breathtaking to me, like how the majority of the world at one point or another was like looking for a different way,
Yeah, no, absolutely. And like I said, this is only people that had formal institutions of the where it made it to a level of government. I mean, you can look all throughout. Brazil should be on there. Argentina could be on there. Colombia could be on there. all of Central America could. I guess Nicaragua is the only one that they have. Cuba is the only one on there. They don't have Haiti or Jamaica on there. Pretty much, I think.
It's crazy.
Africa,
Venezuela isn't even on here. So take that, right wing.
Yeah.
Take that, Vuvuzela haters. Yeah, it's pretty incredible to me. And again, like, it's just Wikipedia, and also added to that is the fact that, like, it's probably a largely incomplete map. But
yeah, I would check out. What's it called? I would check out. Killing Hope by William Blum, because in that book they talk about all of the like is the Philippines even covered? You know what I mean? The Philippines isn't covered either.
Is Indonesia on there?
It doesn't look like Indonesia's covered either.
Oh, that was one of the italicized names, so it's there. It's just there's a lot. But, like, I don't know. I mostly just wanted to show that because, like, the interesting thing about all of these countries, right? It lists after the name, like the year that, like, that socialist or socialist leading or moving towards socialism, that started, and the year that it ended, and the most recent year on this entire list, right, is 1991. And what happened in 1991?
That union or something like that.
That thing there. Very sad time. Very sad time. I know. I wouldn't put Argentina. If you're talking about Perón,
Wasn't there a whole coup? Wasn't there like a whole coup and suppression in the 60s where, like, they were, like, murdering, like, tons of communists?
Well, Peru is italicized. So
no, I mean, we're talking about Argentina.
Oh, right.
Like, what was that thing? What was that like U.S. assisted, like, murder campaign thing that they had in the 60s or 70s? I think it was after Perón.
Yeah, Argentina's not even on this list.
Oh yeah, that's one of the biggest bloodbaths in 20th century history is against Sukarno. I always get Suharto and Sukarno mixed up, and one of them is the bad one. I believe it's Sukarno is the one that we like.
I think it was.
It's so here's the dirty war from Argentina, where it was the Argentines, and they were supported by the United States against ERP, which is the People's Revolutionary Army, a military branch of the Communist Workers Revolutionary in Argentina. So I wasn't trying to say like every single thing was actually formalized into government and they actually achieved government institutional power, but it is kind of like I was more so like
Sukarno,
yeah, and Suharto was the one who was the government U.S. backed dictator, I dare say, who killed almost 1 million people in.
He was an Indonesian army officer and politician.
The Dirty War is the name used by the military junta, civic military dictatorship of Argentina in the period of state terrorism in Argentina from 74 to 83 as part of Operation Condor, which was also the same thing that overthrew Allende, during which military and security forces and right-wing death squads in the form of the Argentine Anti-Communist Alliance hunted down any political dissidents and anyone believed to be associated with socialism, left-wing Peronism, or the Montoneros movement. It's estimated between 9 and 30,000 people were killed or disappeared, many of whom were impossible to formally document due to the nature of state terrorism. The primary target, like many other South American countries participating in Operation Condor, were communist guerrillas and sympathizers, but the target of Operation Condor also included students, militants, trade unionists, writers, journalists, artists, and many citizens suspected of being left-wing activists, including Peronist guerrillas. Yeah. There's obviously a whole lot that we could get into here, but obviously there was a current in Argentina of communist insurgency that necessitated such a dirty war. And even though it might not have been a government like Peron or something like that, it was still something that was, I bring this up, like, what was the other one that I was saying? A country that attempted it but maybe not achieved it, and that was on that map. I got to bring the map back up.
So ultimately, what Parenti was trying to get at before, we went on a deep dive was, of itself, class struggle does not bring inevitable proletarian victory or even a proletarian uprising. Oppressive social conditions may cry out for revolution, but that does not mean revolution is forthcoming. This point is still not understood by some present-day leftists. In his later years, Marx himself began to entertain doubts about the inevitability of a victorious workers' revolution. So far, the prevailing force has not been revolution, but counter-revolution, the devilish construction wreaked by capitalist states upon popular struggles at a cost of millions of lives.
Look, Argentina is crazy, all right? Oh, man. Okay. Marx also underestimated the extent to which the advanced capitalist state could use its wealth and power to create a variety of institutions that retard and distract popular consciousness or blunt discontent through reform programs. Contrary to his expectations, successful revolutions occurred in less developed. Oh, we read this. Okay, I'm sorry, buddy.
No, you're good. You're good.
We didn't read this one, right?
No.
Marx believed that as wealth became more concentrated, poverty will become more widespread and the plight of working people ever more desperate. According to his critics, this prediction has proven wrong. They point out that he wrote during a time of raw industrialism, an era of robber barons and the 14-hour workday. Through persistent struggle, the working class improved its life conditions from the mid-19th and the mid-20th century. Today, mainstream spokespersons portray the United States as a prosperous middle-class society. Yet one might wonder, during the Reagan-Bush-Clinton era from 81 to 96, the share of national income that went to those who work for a living shrank by over 12%. The share that went to those who live off investments increased by almost 35%. Less than 1% of the population owns almost 50% of the nation's wealth. The richest families are hundreds of times wealthier than average household in the lower 90% of the population. The gap between America's rich and poor is greater than it has been in more than half a century and is getting ever greater. Thus, between 77 and 89, the top 1% saw their earnings grow by over 100%, while the three lowest quintiles averaged 3 to 10% drop in real income. You know how much
sound familiar.
You know how much I love tapping the old sign. And this was written actually before. Here's the annual income share of the top 1%. So we can see here, this is the Great Depression era. And then you have this thing that happened where there was actually more state intervention, like the New Deal and things like that. Not the magic bullet, but certainly helps. And then you have boom, all the way up here in 2007, pretty much on par with the Great Depression in terms of wealth proportion owned by the 1%.
I can't imagine that much has changed since 2007. And it's funny, I lent my copy of The Divide to my brother, but I would literally just be holding it up like tap, 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 tap.
Yeah, I don't have mine in here. Mine's down on my shelf. I can only have so many books up on my desk at any time. Like I have to purge the books on my desk every now and then, or else it just gets too much.
Yeah.
I have some more over there. All right. So back to the things that we are talking about today. Well, I think there's still reason to, I don't know if praise is the word, but to look towards the New Deal and just like the impact that it had on unemployment and poverty and, just what you saw there with wealth redistribution as something that does lend itself to the success of like state directed economic policies and not just letting like, neoliberal privatization dictate every lever of society.
Right. Like Keynes was absolutely 100% a capitalist. And we discussed this during the divide, or at least like sympathetic to capitalism. But he was very much in favor of like making it work and not this insane, like just unrestricted, what did Parenti say before? Accumulate.
Right. Oh, oh dear. Okay. Getting a little sleepy. All right. Go ahead. You can do this one.
All right. The third world has endured deepening impoverishment over the last half century. As foreign investment has increased, so has the misery of the common people who are driven from the land. Those who manage to find employment in the cities are forced to labor for subsistence wages. We might recall how enclosure acts of the late 18th century in England fenced off common lands and drove the peasantry into the industrial hellholes of Manchester and London, transforming them into beggars or half-starved factory workers. Enclosure continues throughout the third world, displacing tens of millions of people. In countries like Argentina, Venezuela, and Peru, per capita income was lower in 1990 than it had been in 20 years earlier. In Mexico, workers earned 50% less than in 1995 than in 1980. 1/3 of Latin America's population, some 130 million, live in utter destitution, while tens of millions are more barely managed. In Brazil, the purchasing power of the lower income brackets declined by 50% between 1940 and 1990, and at least half the population suffered varying degrees of malnutrition.
Oh, shit.
How do you suffer from malnutrition? The Amazon is right there.
So here's like global inequality.
Right.
You can see line go up pretty significantly there. Sorry. Also, how impressive is it after reading The Divide to hear Parenti talking about enclosure?
A little bit.
Because like I hadn't heard about that since I read The Divide, and I already read this book, but I just didn't pick up on it, where The Divide talks about this process of enclosure, land dispossession, and everything like that as they wrenched the feudal order into capitalism. But it's so impressive to see Parenti right on point with that back in the 90s as well, with that as well,
This book also discusses it at length.
Oh, nice.
How it was necessary for capitalist development, and some other things that were also necessary for capitalist development, such as like the dividing of the sexes.
In much of Africa, misery and hunger have assumed horrendous proportions. In Zaire, 80% of the people live in absolute penury. That's interesting.
Penury.
Can you look that word up?
Penury.
In Asia and Africa, more than 40% of the population linger at the starvation level. Marx predicted that an expanding capitalism would bring greater wealth for the few and growing misery for the many. That seems to be what is happening, and on a global scale. Many people will lie to you and tell you that everyone's getting better around the world, and that everything, you can use one type of poverty measurement and it's going to you can just not think about it anymore if you just know that people are living more than $2 a day. But you won't look at what like national poverty scales are or the rates of hunger or any of those things. Just look at, oh, is it $2 a day? And then not make any concern that $2 a day is a wholly inefficient metric for measuring poverty.
You see, Pat, you could just maths it away, yeah? So penury means extreme poverty or destitution.
Oh, wow. It's like pennies. I have nothing but pennies. I'm in penury.
We're going to start using that word like all the fucking time now.
Repeatedly dismissed as this is the start of the subchapter, a holistic silence. Repeatedly dismissed as an obsolete doctrine, Marxism retains a compelling contemporary quality, for it is less a body of fixed dicta and more a method of looking beyond immediate appearances to see the inner qualities and moving forces that shape social relations and much of history itself. As Marx noted, all science would be superfluous if outward appearances and the essence of things directly coincided. Indeed, perhaps the reason so much of modern social science seems superfluous is because it settles for the tedious tracing of outward appearances. To understand capitalism, one first has to strip away the appearances presented by its ideology. Unlike most bourgeois theorists, Marx realized that what capitalism claims to be and what it actually is are two different things. What is unique about capitalism is the systematic expropriation of labor for the sole purpose of accumulation. Capital annexes living labor in order to accumulate more capital. The ultimate purpose of work is not to perform services for consumers or sustain life in society, but to make more and more money for the investor, irrespective of the human and environmental costs. Sorry, I have to let my cat in.
Fucking god damn it.
Our chat is the funniest.
They really are. So I don't know if you have what you have in the next slide, but I think it's like another couple paragraphs down. Yeah, this is it. This is the one. That was it. Marxists understand that a class society is not just
man.
What's that?
It's like telekinesis.
I know. It's got like a thing, man. Marxists understand that a class society is not just a divided society, but one ruled by class power, with the state playing the crucial role in maintaining the existing class structure. Marxism might be considered a holistic science in that it recognizes the links between various components of the social system. Capitalism is not just an economic system, but a political and cultural one as well, an entire social order. When we study any part of that order, be it the news or entertainment, media, criminal justice, Congress, defense spending, overseas military intervention, intelligence agencies, campaign finance, science and technology, education, medical care, taxation, transportation, housing, or whatever, we will see how the particular part reflects the nature of the whole. Its unique dynamic often buttresses and is shaped by the larger social system, especially the system's overriding need to maintain the prerogatives of the corporate class. So can you bring up that image that is very easily Googled of like a dialectic where you have like the base and the superstructure? Because that's exactly what he's talking about right now.
You mean like this?
Yeah, that one right there.
This?
That's it. Yep.
Oh.
I don't know if you wanted to enhance it or not.
I'm enhancing.
There we go. So, like, just if chat, I'm sure you've all fucking seen this before, but for anybody that hasn't, right? Like when he's talking about how, like, you can't just separate and narrowly, examine one part without fully understanding it without looking at how it's connected to the larger base and or superstructure, and that the superstructure, right, maintains and shapes the base, right, and the base is the means of production. That's tools, machines, factories, the Amazon warehouses, the Walmarts, right, the relations to production, that's the Twitch streamers, the OnlyFanners, the fucking the bloggers, the fucking independent journalists, or like the person working at Fox or Alex Jones or fucking what's that dickhead, from the MMA bullshit, Joe Rogan, right? To the fucking private property, capital, commodities. So this is all like the things that you buy, the things that you obsess over, the ads you get on Instagram, right? For all the useless little bullshit that like digs into your head and you have to buy it. Now that's shaped by the superstructure, right? The superstructure is art, family, culture, religion, philosophy, law, media, politics, science, education, and it is all shaped by capitalism. It is all informed by capitalism. It is all informed by like the culture that capitalism creates, right? Our art, right? You can easily look at something like fucking Vaporwave that was really big a couple of years ago. The Family. I mean, fuck, do I even need to go into that one and how there's this gigantic divide between like, the Republicans and their like weird conception of the family, right? And like the superstructure a lot of times is what we see in the spectacle and the spotlight of like our media, right? Religion is up there obviously, and we've talked about how not every religion is going to be like maintaining or shaping the base. There are some that like curry more favor over others, right? I would assume that, like Islam in America does not maintain and shape the base of America. So all of this is going to be very dependent on where you're examining things, right? And then, we've got law, media, politics, science, education. I'm sure you can come to your own conclusions about how capitalism shapes law, capitalism shapes our media. Law and Order SVU is an excellent example. Politics, fuck. I'm not even going to bother. Science, look at like how we handled COVID, right? Education, we got Florida banning fucking books in schools right now. So,
Nice. It's superstructure. That's like big on like with Gramsci, right?
Kind of hegemony is more his thing, right?
Okay.
Actually, if you really, really want, again, this is an excellent like written resource, and there's like plenty of YouTube videos out there. I know that like the Marxist Project, Luna Oy, and a bunch of other people on YouTube have created a ton of videos, but we're already so deep in the weeds, and we're almost at like 4 hours, and we're like not even halfway through this chapter.
So, in keeping with their system-sustaining function, the major news media present reality as a scatter of events and subjects that ostensibly bear little relation to each other or to a larger set of social relations. Consider a specific phenomenon like racism. This is interesting too, because we were just talking about like last week, our stream centered around kind of race reductionism a little bit, and like some leftist infighting about class reductionism, race reductionism, and stuff like that. So, racism is presented as essentially a set of bad attitudes held by racists. There's little analysis of what makes it so functional for a class society. Instead, race and class are treated as mutually exclusive concepts in competition with each other. But those who have an understanding of class power know that as class contradictions deepen and come to the fore, racism becomes not less but more important as a factor in class conflict. In short, both race and class are likely to be crucial arenas of struggle at the very same time. Marxists further maintain that racism involves not just personal attitude, but institutional structure and systemic power. They point out that racist organizations and sentiments are often propagated by well-financed reactionary forces seeking to divide the working populace against itself, fracturing it into antagonistic ethnic enclaves.
I mean, I think we debated whether to read like, what the fuck is it? Like the invention of the white race and stuff like that. And I think that like we definitely interrogated like the like historical and just the what would you call it? Like the methods by which like race was created, right? At least here in America, or its conception when we were reading Gerald Horne, right?
Yeah.
And those videos should be up on our YouTube, if you want to check that out.
Check out the YouTube. Throw us a subscribe.
Is it that? There we go. Yeah. It is,
Boom.
Sam.
You did it, you beautiful bastard.
So, if you check out our YouTube for the Gerald Horne videos where we were covering 1776, the counter-revolution, right? Everything is fueled on like capitalism.
Yep. Let's see. Lacking a holistic approach to society, a conventional social science tends to compartmentalize social experience. So we're asked to ponder whether this or that phenomenon is cultural or economic or psychological, when usually it is a blend of all these things. Thus, an automobile is unmistakably an economic artifact, but it also has a cultural and psychological component and even an aesthetic dimension. We need a greater sense of how analytically distinct phenomena are often empirically interrelated and may actually gather strength and definition from each other.
Right. Well,
This
it's
is
like
where
that
Parenti's
argument.
really going off on
Yeah,
theory in a very impressive way. That just extends already like incredible historical.
Well, it's kind of like, how like people are always like, oh, it's not nature or nurture, it's nature and nurture.
Sure.
It's like that.
Right. My food is finally here. I'm very happy. I can't see because of the cat. Okay, hold on. Can you read this one?
Yeah. Marxists do not accept the prevalent view of institutions as just being there with all the natural innocence of mountains, especially the more articulated formal institutions such as the church, army, police, military, university, media, medicine, and the like. Institutions are heavily shaped by class interests and class power. Far from being neutral and independent bastions, the major institutions of society are tied to the big business class. Corporate representatives exercise direct decision-making power through control of governing boards and directorships. Business elites usually control the budgets and the very property of various institutions. A control inscribed into law through corporate charters and enforced by the police powers of the state. Their power extends to the managers picked, the policies set, and the performances of the employees.
Breathtaking. Okay. I don't know why this one turned out so white. Are you horny for materialist historical analysis? Is that the source of your arousal? Oh, then you're in the right place. What do you want to do? Do you want to keep going or you want to take a break? You want to watch a cool video that I pulled up? It's from this debate. I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but just the first few minutes of this one guy's introductory statement. And the debate is, was Marx right? And I feel like that kind of ties into this. It's actually like a super kind of talks about a lot of this stuff. Are you interested in that, or do you think that's not a good idea?
Throw the video up. I gotta use the bathroom anyways.
Okay, and I'm eating, so it's hard for me to like read constantly.
All right.
One second, friends. You can watch this whole debate if you want at some point. Obviously, you can do it if you want. But this one guy's intro is really good.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this Intelligence Squared debate.
All in this room, as Terry Eagleton has written, ground inexplicable. London.
Engels. Tristram, your time starts now.
Oliver, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, in July 1851, Friedrich Engels, the Manchester cotton lord and co-author of the Manifesto of the Communist Party, wrote to his friend Karl Marx in London with some very promising news. Speculation in railways is again reaching dazzling heights. Since the 1st of January, most shares have risen by 40%, and the worst ones more than any. This is promising. Clearly, capitalism's denouement was just around the corner. The East India market was overstocked, while the British cloth industry was being hit hard by a flood of cheap cotton imports. If the crash in the market coincides with such a gigantic crop, things will be cheery indeed. Peter Ehrman, his business partner, is already fouling his breeches at the very thought of it, and the little tree frog is a pretty good barometer. Bankruptcies were picking up in London and Liverpool, overproduction was glutting the market, and Engels was adamant that the end of capitalism was nigh. Instead, it wasn't to be. Exports surged, wages rose, standards of living improved, and the mid-Victorian boom ground inexplicably on. In 1857, Engels' optimism returned as the markets faltered. The American crash is superb, he wrote, and not yet over by a long chalk. Now we have a chance. The conditions for revolution were once again ripe. With the capitalist mode of production in collapse, the working class would surely rise to the occasion. But 2 months into the crash, the proletariat had still yet to realize its historic calling. There are as yet few signs of revolution, Engels noted gloomily, for the long period of prosperity has been fearfully demoralizing. So you will appreciate, friends, that there is something of a prehistory to this evening's debate. Indeed, my old friends Marx and Engels have been predicting the end of capitalism for over 150 years. And now our opponents are suggesting that the immediate failure of such predictions invalidates our claim that Karl Marx is right. And we would suggest quite the contrary. To argue this in the wake of cash machines crashing in Cyprus, over £60 billion spent on bailing out British banks, and the repercussions of the global financial crash still making their way through eviscerated social fabric of so many Western societies, well, I put it to you, it is positively perverse. As Terry Eagleton has written, in the light of the continuing global financial crisis, to claim that Marxism was finished was rather like claiming that firefighting was out of date because arsonists were growing more crafty and resourceful than ever. I would like to suggest to you that Marx has rarely seemed more relevant. Marx's stock resurges on a 150-year tip was how the New York Times marked the 150th anniversary of the publication of the Communist Manifesto, a text which more than any other, as they put it, recognized the unstoppable wealth-creating power of capitalism, predicted it would conquer the world, and warned that this inevitable globalization of national economies and cultures would have divisive and painful consequences. And the Times was right. Ladies and gentlemen, Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels were the first to chart the uncompromising, unrelenting, compulsively iconoclastic nature of capitalism. It has pitilessly torn asunder the motley feudal ties that bound man to his natural superiors, and has left remaining no other nexus between man and man than naked self-interests, than callous cash payments. It has drowned the most heavenly ecstasies of religious fervor, of chivalrous enthusiasm, of Philistine sentimentalism in the icy water of egotistical calculation. And it was Marx who revealed how capitalism would crush languages, cultures, traditions, even nations in its wake. In one word, it creates a world after its own image, he wrote, long before globalization became a byword for Americanization. And Marx was also clear about the social consequences, the growing divisions between the lifestyles of the rich and the poor under unregulated capitalism, what Benjamin Disraeli and Ed Miliband would call the two nations. And in Britain, we have seen this problem with the emergence of the so-called squeeze.
They showed his name in the beginning.
Diagnosis
Back once
is
it's
right.
done.
Our current models of capitalism are not working. The wealth generated by the growth prior to 2008 simply did not trickle down to ordinary people. Living standards began to stagnate from as early as 2003 and won't even return to that until well after 2015. And as for the growing extremes at the top and the bottom, well, just take a look at last week's fascinating Great British Class Survey with its account of the precariat, an update of Marx and Engels' proletariat and the elite. As Professor Mike Savage of the London School of Economics puts it, it is striking that we've been able to discern a distinctive elite whose sheer economic advantage sets it apart from the other classes. At the opposite extreme, we have discerned the existence of a sizable group which is marked by the lack of any significant amount of economic, cultural, or social capital. These are the two nations. The recognition of the existence of this group, along with the elite, is a powerful reminder that our conventional approaches to class have hindered our recognition of these two extremes, which occupy a distinctive place in British society. Who can tell us now that Karl Marx was wrong? So let us get to the crux of the matter. The 2008 crash and its lingering aftermath revealed the failure of the theology of the uncontrolled global free market. That is what we're arguing about. That is what capitalism is about. And all Marx and Engels' warning over the dangers of monopoly capitalism and concentrated finance have come to pass. So why then no total collapse of capitalism? Because right around the world, governments have been forced to bail out the so-called free market. We have bailed out the banks, we have subsidized industries, we've sorted out the insurance sector, we've underpinned financial services, we've kept the whole system afloat. From car scrappage schemes to AIG to nationalizing Fannie and Freddie Mae, it is the forces of collectivism which have saved capitalism. The level of public support, the extent of state involvement, how we all in this room bear the heavy burden of HBOS, Lloyds, RBS, and Northern Rock, how we as taxpayers underwrite every major transaction now across the City of London, how moral hazard has effectively been liquidated in the contemporary economy. The very continuance of capitalism under current conditions is proof that Karl Marx was right. Capitalism has once again crumbled under the weight of its own internal contradictions. And it is the state in America, in Cyprus, in China, in India, in the UK, which has once again saved it. The facade of normality is vindication of the crisis, and why you can have no hesitation in supporting this motion tonight. Although I do fear that Marx and Engels, rather than being delighted with the current turn of events, are themselves probably feeling fearfully demoralized. Thank you.
That was fire, right?
I wish I hadn't looked him up on Wikipedia.
Oh, why?
He's a member of the Labor Friends of Israel.
Oh, wow.
And can't tell, was he part of the group of labor people that accused Jeremy Corbyn of being anti-Semitic? When did he resign? He would be resigning as an MP in 2017. Oh, yeah, no, he was definitely part of that. Fucking sad.
You found that on his Wikipedia?
Uh-huh.
The Israel thing?
Uh-huh. I'm just looking at the dates here, man.
There it is, yeah. Still a good speech.
Yeah, great speech. The thing though is that it's hard to find anybody in English politics that just isn't an absolute fucking, Do you want me to read this?
Yes.
In the Marxist view, there can be no such thing as a class as such, a social entity unto itself. There can be no lords without serfs, no masters without slaves, no capitalists without workers. More than just a sociological category, class is a relationship to the means of production and to social and state power. This idea, so fundamental to an understanding of public policy, is avoided by conventional social scientists who prefer to concentrate on everything else but class realities. Ugh. It is remarkable, for instance, that some political scientists have studied the presidency and Congress for decades without uttering a word about capitalism, without so much as a sidelong glance at how the imperatives of a capitalist politico-economic order play such a crucial role in prefiguring the political agenda. Social science is cluttered with, quote, community power studies, and, quote, that treat communities and issues as isolated, autonomous entities. Such investigations are usually limited to the immediate interplay of policy actors, with little said about how issues link up to a larger range of social interests. So pretty much everyone's just a what do you call it? A wank, a wonk, a wonk, right? That
Yeah.
like that's our entire like academic population is people that are trained to zero in and on a narrow, like Hank Hill's research, just a narrow tunnel vision on whatever specific subject they're getting their degree that they're paying like thousands of dollars to get, to beg some state entity to allow them to do some study on fucking, I don't know, like dog balls or something.
Dog balls, yeah. So this is interesting. Conservative ideological preconceptions regularly influence the research strategies of most social scientists and policy analysts. In political science, for instance, the relationships between industrial capitalist nations and the third world nations are described as A, dependency and interdependency, and as fostering a mutually beneficial development, rather than B, an imperialism that exploits the land, labor, and resources of weaker nations for the benefit of the favored classes in both the industrial and less developed worlds. Read the divide. The United States and other democratic capitalist societies are said to be held together by A, common values that reflect common interest, not by B, class power and domination. The fragmentation of power in the political process is supposedly indicative of A, a fluidity and democratization of interest group pluralism, rather than B, the pocketing and structuring of power in unaccountable and undemocratic ways. Or the mass propagation of conventional political beliefs is described as A, political socialization and education for citizenship, and is treated as desirable civic processes, rather than B, an indoctrination that distorts the information flow and warps the public's critical perceptions. In each of these instances, mainstream academics offer version A not as a research finding, but as an a priori assumption that requires no critical analysis, upon which research is then predicated. At the same time, they disregard the evidence and research that supports version B. By ignoring the dominant class conditions that exercise such an influence over social behavior, conventional social science can settle on surface factualness, trying to explain immediate actions as in exclusively immediate terms. Such an approach places a high priority on epiphenomenal and idiosyncratic explanations, the peculiarities of specific personalities and situations. What is habitually overlooked in such research and in our news reports and our daily observations, and sometimes even our political struggles, is the way seemingly remote forces may prefigure our experiences.
I mean, it's kind of like how in the Korean War. Remember when like the Americans noticed that like, oh, they had already like collectivized themselves, right? And they blamed it purely on like must
The
be
Soviets,
Soviet
yeah.
influence, and not the fact that like culturally like they have a very like communal culture, right? There's already a history there of like, you know, taking care of one another. Or you know, why did they knock down the towers? Why did they attack? Why did they do a 9/11? And you know, the simplistic answer of they hate us for our freedoms is like, you know, the one that like a American people that just don't know fucking anything about the outside world, right? Went along with, and to this day probably still do for a large part.
I agree. Okay. So now we're on the last part. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a little something. Here's something too that I threw on the end here. Inflows versus losses for developing countries. Just some random stuff I grabbed from the Divide. Because we were going to watch a lot of videos that we're not going to watch now about everybody telling how everybody's getting richer and there's no exploitation and Marx was wrong. And it shows the inflows of capital going into developing countries, like by aid, remittances from migrant workers, charitable, foreign and direct investment. And then it shows everything, the illicit losses. If you go down to the bottom where it's highlighted, it says the largest outflows were illicit financial flows, which means things through like tax havens and misinvoicing and everything like that, which amounted to $486 billion in 2012 alone.
So Sebs, that video that you're mentioning that we watched last time about the Russian people saying people used to be nice and there was a sense of community, right? There is a site of construction for that belief, right? No matter like how much you want to just say like, oh, that's just people's anecdotal experience. Like the point is that there was a push for a cultural change within the Soviet Union, right? Very early on, right? For collectivization, not just like, you know, agriculturally, but culturally as well, to come together, right? Like the new Soviet man and all that shit. Along with the fact that like people could have a sense of community because it wasn't like a zero-sum game against your fucking neighbor where it's just like if my neighbor is eating, that's less food for me.
Exactly. That rugged individualism that's built into the capitalist ideology. So last section, learning to ask why. When we think with Marx's perspective, that is without considering, when we think without Marx's perspective, that is without considering class interests and class power, we seldom ask why certain things happen. Many things are reported in the news, but few are explained. Little is said about how the social order is organized and whose interests prevail. Devoid of a framework that explains why things happen, we are left to see the world, as do mainstream media pundits, as a flow of events scattered of particular development and personalities unrelated to a larger set of social relations, propelled by happenstance, circumstance, confused intentions, and individual ambition, never by powerful class interests, and yet producing effects that serve such interests with impressive regularity. Thus, we fail to associate social problems with the socioeconomic forces that create them, and we learn to truncate our own critical thinking. Imagine if we attempted something different. For example, if we tried to explain that wealth and poverty exist together, not in accidental juxtaposition, but because wealth causes poverty, an inevitable outcome of economic exploitation, both at home and abroad. How could such an analysis gain any exposure in the capitalist media or in mainstream political life?
Thank you for subscribing at tier 1 for 2 months, Dakadoon.
Whoa, Dakadoon, thank you so much. One of the OGs. One of the OGs of our like 2-month existence.
I think I might do the hot take, man.
What?
I think I might do the because it's a perfect example of this.
I don't know.
And we've talked about this at length that we are not supporters of Putler or anything on here, right? But like just using this right here, right? As a flow of events, a scatter of particular particular developments and personalities unrelated to a larger set of social relations. Like the average person just was left wondering, like, well, why? Why did they do that? You know, it must just be this individual ambition of this one person, right? Well, we don't understand. We're confused about the intentions of this very large country, right? Because we don't understand anything about the way that they are politically structured, right? Or the way that like their culture, you know, has worked for the last 30 years. It's all happening happenstance and in circumstance, right? Never by like a powerful class interest, like, you know, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization that, like, you know, kind of has been pushing, you know, hostility with large nuclear power in the world for over 30 years, despite like this country's like multiple attempts to join said organization, and yet producing effects that serve such interests with impressive regularity, much like how every other foreign engagement, right, has raised the stock prices of companies like Raytheon, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, and, you know, other companies like fucking egg manufacturers right now charging like $10 for a fucking thing of eggs and blaming it on fucking, you know, what is it? What is their excuse?
I don't know. I don't know much about the egg situation.
I think they're blaming it on the chain.
Supply chain?
Supply chain, that's it. Oh, it's not inflate. There's not like less eggs or something. There's
Oh yeah, they say it's a supply chain.
Chickens aren't laying less eggs.
Do you want to read this part? This it's really good. I love this. I love this part about Indonesia. It really breaks this down in it.
Putin stole all the chickens. Suppose we start with a particular story about how child labor in Indonesia is contracted by multinational corporations at near starvation wage levels. This information probably would not be carried in right-wing publications, but in 1996, it did appear after decades of effort by some activists. In the centrist mainstream press, what if then we crossed a line and said that these exploitative employer-employee relations were backed by the full might of the Indonesian military government? Fewer media would carry the story, but it still might get mentioned in an inside page of the New York Times or Washington Post, you know, or like a Vice article. Then suppose we crossed another line and said that these repressive arrangements would not prevail were it not for generous military aid from the United States, and that for almost 30 years, the homicidal Indonesian military has been financed, armed, advised, and trained by the U.S. national security state.
Now that would fall in line with a genocidal regime. They even say homicidal here, but if you actually pull it up,
now what other military battalion does that remind me of?
You remember when someone was earlier today, I don't remember who it was, said something about the Cuban government being Che Guevara. No, Che Guevara, not even the Cuban government. I'm sorry, I misquote myself. That Che Guevara was a genocidal.
Yes.
Here we go. Ethnic Javanese, Ambangan, ethnic Chinese, and then other very mostly communists, but also had an ethnic element to it as well.
Of course.
It is estimated that between 500,000 and 1 million people were killed during the main period of the violence. The atrocities were instigated by the Indonesian army under Suharto. Let's see where they have the good part about the United States. Well, additionally, the intelligence agencies of the United States, United Kingdom, and Australia engaged in black propaganda campaigns against Indonesian communists. During World War, the United States, its government, and its Western allies had the goal of halting the spread of communism and bringing countries into the sphere of Western Bloc influence. Britain had additional reasons for seeking Sukarno's removal, as his government was involved in an undeclared war with the neighboring Federation of Malaya, so on and so forth.
Remind chat, what is black propaganda, Pat?
Black propaganda is outright falsehoods. It's not things misconstrued in a unflattering way. That would be more of a gray propaganda. Black propaganda is absolute fabrication with no source basis that's being proliferated through some kind of like an intelligence agency.
And why would it be important for them to stop the spread of communism in Indonesia?
Well, why would it be important? I mean, if it's not, well, in Indonesia, it's probably geopolitical interest more than it is resource interest.
Yes.
Being able to encircle China like they did with Taiwan, like they did with Japan, like they did with South Korea, like they likely are would have liked to have done with Afghanistan, I assume. Tibet, you know, many of the CIA missions that got flown into Tibet. Am I forgetting any countries here? The Philippines. Also, I don't know if you ever heard of this. This just came up randomly in my reading the other day. I felt like sharing it with you guys, but I didn't, and I remember it. Have you ever heard of the Malayan emergency? Malayan emergency?
I have not, but do you know what Hajj is?
Hajj? No.
Yeah, that's where fucking like Muslims they go to Mecca, to Saudi Arabia, right?
I was there.
Right. Like, so under the
I as a non-Muslim was not allowed to go to Mecca, but I was in Jeddah, which is the city closest to it.
Yeah.
Jeddah.
Yeah. So under the quota system, Saudi Arabia uses the average weight to complete the Hajj for people in Indonesia. The world's most populous Muslim majority country is 35 years.
In Indonesia, right?
Yeah, Indonesia is the most populous Muslim country.
Yep. Most
Just
Muslims.
over 100,000 Indonesians are making the trip, about half the usual number, according to Indonesian Religious Affairs Ministry. That means that, like, when they go to Hajj, if a bunch of like Muslim communists are going to Hajj in Saudi Arabia, that shit's proliferating, man. That's gonna be that's gonna go all over the Horn of Africa. That means that, like, you know, they're gonna be talking to other people from other, like, you know, Muslim majority countries, spreading ideas.
You think this is why they did the Indonesian thing?
Well, think about it. Think about, like, the especially at the time, we're talking what, the 50s, right?
This was in the 60s.
60s, right? Think about the era in which, like, you know, Arab socialism is springing up, right? Think about, like, what's going on in places like Egypt and Syria, you know, what's going on in Afghanistan, what's going on in Iraq, you know, Iran. Although Iran's Shia majority, but, like, my point still stands.
Right. Yeah, I mean, but also, I mean, even less, even, you know, this was just part of the course of containment theory throughout the world during the Cold War. So, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think they needed any deeper reason than someone being like a self-proclaimed socialist through a communist party, talking about decolonization, talking about, you know, redistribution, being close to China, the fear of not letting another China happen, the fear of the domino theory. This is what they talked about. There's the domino theory that required first containment. So they feared that communism would proliferate throughout the world and just a domino effect. So it required containment. And then Reagan took it one step forward and said, I'm not even going to contain communism. I'm going to roll back communism. And that's when the process of a rollback was. But this thing is crazy. I never heard about this, right? So a little graphic imagery there, but
Jesus Christ, try not to get us terms of service.
Commonwealth forces. It was UK, Federation of Malaya, you know, Australia, and of course the United States, and the other side was the Communist Party and the National Liberation Army.
Japanese volunteers. That's wild.
And what happened here was it was also known as the Anti-British National Liberation War. It was a guerrilla war fought by British Malaya between communist pro-independence fighters of the Malayan National Liberation Army. This is where I go to say, this is so ubiquitous. I bet you that Malaysia wasn't even highlighted on that map. You know what I mean?
Probably not.
The communists fought to win independence from Malaya from the British Empire to establish a socialist economy, while the Commonwealth forces fought to combat communism and protect British economic and colonial interests. The conflict was called the Anti-British National Liberation War by the MNLA, but an emergency by the British, as London-based insurers would have had to pay out in instances of civil wars, so they couldn't call it a war. Britain declared a state of emergency in Malaya following attacks on plantations, which in turn were revenge attacks for the killing of left-wing activists. Leaders of the Malayan Communist Party, Chin Peng, and his allies fled into the jungles and formed the MNLA to wage war for national liberation against British colonial rule. Many fighters were veterans of the anti-Japanese army, which you can see in Vietnam, you can see in Korea, you can see in the Philippines, is that many of these people had to go from fighting one colonial power to the next, from Japan to the United States or some form of Western European stand-in. A communist guerrilla, France in case of Vietnam. The communist guerrilla army previously trained, armed, and funded by the British to fight against Japan, previous allies against Japan. The communists gained support from a high number of civilians, mainly those from the Chinese community. In addition, between 200 and 400 Japanese soldiers stationed in Malaya during World War II joined the communist guerrillas.
Sometimes it's like a thing of beauty when like two rivals like come together to like face a larger enemy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
it's
this
like
was
Vegeta and Goku.
It seems like there was defectors from Japan that was like, "Yo, fuck this."
Yeah, no, definitely.
Imperial Army shit. We're just gonna stay here.
It's not as if communism wasn't an idea or it had no popularity in Japan.
Right. Like, well, what's that picture that socialist dude in Japan getting killed by a sword?
A wakizashi, yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
some dude ran on stage and killed a socialist representative from Japan with a sword. This is in like the 1950s or 60s or something, right?
Yeah. Well, it's a mid-length sword.
After establishing a series of jungle bases, the MNLA began raiding British colonial police and military installations. Mines, plantations, and trains were attacked by the MNLA to gain independence from Malaya by bankrupting the British occupation. The British attempted to starve the MNLA using scorched earth policies, through food rationing, killing livestock, and aerial spraying of the herbicide Agent Orange. It wasn't a katana. So Agent Orange, not first used in Vietnam. Look, it even says Vietnam. It was used but we have this all the way back. And this is like those scorched earth policies and the free fire zones. This was going on in the Philippines after World War II, in Malaysia after World War II. And these practices were not new for Vietnam. And I'm sure they were used in, if you can't describe the Korean War as scorched earth, I don't know what you could call it.
I need to flex my knowledge as a weeb in recovery. It was a wakizashi, which is like the indoor sword that samurai would use, because you couldn't draw like a full blade like katana, right? And it's much bigger than a tanto, which is fucking hate myself.
That was fucking awesome. Brings us back to the unfortunate situation of Malaysia. British attempts to defeat the communists included extrajudicial killings of unarmed villagers in violations of the Geneva Conventions. Do you know how many times England and France and the United States violate the goddamn Geneva Convention?
Every day, bro.
It was crazy.
Every day, all day long.
I remember when I was just getting into like my political enlightenment, I read that the United States was supplying Saddam Hussein with weaponry, including chemical weapons to use against Iran in violation of like all the like Geneva Convention statutes. And I was like, what the fuck? And then you learn that they're also selling Iran missiles at the same time. And you're like, dude, ugh. Okay.
Play both sides. That way we come out on top.
We're always on top.
No matter who wins.
The most infamous example is the Batang Kali massacre, which the press have referred to as Britain's My Lai. The Briggs Plan forcibly relocated 400,000 to 1 million civilians into concentration camps, which are referred to the British as new villages. Many Orang Asli indigenous communities were also targeted for internment because the British believed that they were supporting the communists. The communist belief in class consciousness and both ethnic and gender equality inspired many women and indigenous people to join the MNLA and its undercover supply network of the Min Yun. And then they put some Yeah. Second phase lasted until 1989. But you can see here an instance of, I don't know what the population of Malaysia is, but you put 401 million civilians into concentration camps due to them, like, nominally or directly supporting communists.
Well, I mean, look, here's the thing, Seb.
Here's the thing.
Right? Here's the thing. If the cops of the world do war crimes, who arrests them?
Rubbing their hands together.
Making a Play-Doh snake. Here's the thing, is that we're not the cops of the world.
We're the Nazis. Are we the baddies?
Yeah, absolutely, without question. Like, it's not even debatable. It's literally just either your head is in the sand and you're in like denial, or like,
or you just haven't read it. Maybe you just went to an American school and didn't really learn about a lot of things, which happens.
Well, here's the thing, David, is that like even if you put an American in The Hague, we'll invade it. It's already on the books that we will invade it. Like there's no bringing America to heel, okay, other than like the slow, methodical plan of eclipse it economically via trade.
Well, these are the last two. You want to do this one?
I haven't eaten, David, so I'm like getting kind of hypoglycemic.
All right, do you want to just cut it? I think we've had enough fun for today.
I mean, like, we're at like 4.5 hours. How much more do we have?
2, just this and this.
All right, yeah, let's just do the 2, and then we'll.
All right, read this one. Do you want me to read them?
I got it.
All right, read this one, and then I'll do the ender.
All right. Now, suppose we pointed out that the conditions found in Indonesia, the heartless economic exploitation, brutal military repression, and the lavish U.S. support exist in scores of other countries. Suppose we then cross that most serious line of all, and instead of just deploring this fact, we also asked why successive U.S. administrations involve themselves in such unsavory pursuits throughout the world.
Still going on today with Yemen and so on and so forth, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
And what if then we tried to explain that the whole phenomenon is consistent with the U.S. dedication to make the world safe for the free market and the giant multinational corporations, and that the intended goals are A, to maximize opportunities to accumulate wealth by depressing the wage levels of workers throughout the world and prevent them from organizing on behalf of their own interests, and B, to protect the overall global system of free market capital accumulation. Then what if, from all of this, we concluded that U.S. foreign policy is neither timid, as the conservatives say, nor foolish, as the liberals say, but is remarkably successful in rolling back just about all governments and social movements that attempt to serve popular needs rather than the private corporate greed.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. All right, guys, we are finished. We are circling the drain. And is Marx still relevant today? Only if you want to know why the media distort the news in a mostly mainstream direction, why more and more people at home and abroad face economic adversity while money continues to accumulate in the hands of the relatively few, why there is so much private wealth and public poverty in this country and elsewhere, why U.S. forces find it necessary to intervene in so many regions in the world, why a rich and productive economy offers chronic recessions, underemployment, and neglect of social needs, and why many political office holders are unwilling or unable to serve the public interest. This is why, for all the misrepresentation and suppression, Marx's scholarship survives. While not having all the answers, it does have a superior explanatory power, telling us something about reality that bourgeois scholarship refuses to do. You guys are going to love this last sentence. Marxism offers the kind of subversive truths that cause fear and trembling among the high and mighty, those who live atop a mountain of lies. Again, those are subversive truths.
You sit upon a throne of lies. Maybe Subversive Truths is what we should rebrand as at some point.
And then there's also this, because like I was listening to all those conservative rebuttals where they're always talking about like, oh, the ingenuity, you make people more, they innovate more when there's like this, ruthless competition among people to make money. And this guy Stephen Jay Gould, he wrote The Mismeasure of Man. Have you ever heard that? It's like a refutation of the bell curve. This is just a really cool quote. I am somehow less interested in the weight and convolutions of Einstein's brain than in the near certainty that people of equal talents have lived and died in cotton fields and sweatshops. That was me at Subway in India, in New Delhi. I kicked the door and I was like, I'm home. I also went to a KFC in New Delhi as well. I think I ordered Domino's too.
God damn, dude.
Trust me, dude. I love Indian food, but after you spend 4 weeks eating nothing but Indian food, like, and I'm allergic to some Indian, so I'm just eating like chicken tikka masala, butter chicken, like all like the God, what's the rice dish, man? I feel so stupid right now.
You're not stupid. There's a lot of, they got a lot of dishes. All right.
No, it's the main rice thing that they make in India. Biryani.
Oh, okay.
It's like the main thing. It's not like a big crazy, like it's not like a Oh, hash pitch. I didn't know you were Pakistani Indian. That's cool. Yeah, biryani.
I'm my family's from Mumbai, so I don't know. I eat like Indian food. I don't think I would have a problem eating it for like 4 weeks or whatever.
Yeah, but it was like breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It's like the only food that was available to me out there.
I mean, like I don't know. I don't really give. I'm
in
more
Kerala. It was a little more rural. Like the cities aren't that big or as
Right.
big like New Delhi or Mumbai, where I was
Right.
afterwards. Where like you can get anything in New Delhi and Mumbai, dude. I couldn't even believe it. Like I've been to New York City and stuff like that. When you're in Mumbai, you drive over these bridges that connect like over water.
Yeah,
and it looks like the city's like infinite. Like I thought I was in the city, and then next thing you know, I'm driving. You're not wrong. I had my paneer and I had my various Indian.
I cannot wait to go. It'll be my first time, chat. So I'm hoping that like me and Pat get to go to the next what is it
Party
in
Congress?
Kerala? The next Congress.
Yeah, I hope as long as the Communist Party, I'm sure that if they actually lost the next coming election, that they would definitely take some of the wind out of the sails of the celebration. But if they win, it's going to be wild. It's going to be.
If they win, then we have to go.
Yeah, I think it's every 4 years. But yeah, absolutely. And I if you guys saw the footage of me there, I think if I went for a second time, it would be a hit. I would like show up and I'd be like, I'm here.
I'm back.
I'm back.
I brought more white people with me.
Yeah. But yeah. So guys, just a little wrap up here and channel update and stuff like that. Next Sunday, obviously we're gonna be here on Friday just to do a chill stream with no specific the boys are back in town. So on Friday, come hang out. We're just going to do an absolute chill stream. Bring any topics you want. We'll discuss whatever. It can be lighthearted. It can get intense. It can turn into a research stream. Last time we ended up just on the some Pat Sock stuff, some Gerald Horn stuff, and some talks with a fellow streamer, I guess we would refer, right? They stream.
I think so. Yeah, Red Falcon. Shout out Red Falcon.
Red Falcon.
Whatever.
But then after that, we will be doing our last chapter of Blackshirts and Reds, the conclusion of the epic saga of Blackshirts and Reds. And I would take this time to gladly announce that we have selected our next book, which will begin next Wednesday, 1 week from today. And in honor of the Black History Month, we will be delving into two topics that are generally will be evoked during Black History Month, but they may be evoked in a whitewashed or defanged or neutered way that is safe for consumption in liberal markets. So we are going to read The Sword and the Shield which is The Revolutionary Lives of Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, a book that goes into the true revolutionary nature of Martin Luther King, the true nature of his politics, as well as him in the comparison and the contrast of him and Malcolm X. I'll read you the intro just because it's so cool. To most Americans, Malcolm X and Martin Luther King represent contrasting ideals: self-defense versus nonviolence, Black power versus civil rights, the sword versus the shield. The struggle for Black freedom is wrought with the same contrast. While nonviolent direct action is remembered as an unassailable part of American democracy, the movement's militancy is either vilified or erased outright. In The Sword and the Shield, Peniel E. Joseph upends these misconceptions and reveals a nuanced portrait of two men who, despite markedly different family histories, religious affiliations, and class backgrounds, inspired each other throughout their adult lives. Malcolm's push to connect Pan-Africanism to an international human rights agenda mirror the beloved community that King eloquently articulated at the March on Washington. Similarly, the anti-war and anti-poverty campaigns of King's final years unleashed a stinging critique of racism, militarism, and materialism that echoed Malcolm's impassioned anti-colonialism. In short, King was more revolutionary and Malcolm more pragmatic than we've been told. The Sword and the Shield is the definitive history of not only the revolutionary lives and political impact of these leaders, but also the movement of the era they came to define.
It's going to be great.
Sword and the Shield. We're going to be reading one book that covers the lesser known or the more true histories of Martin Luther King. I'm covering up Malcolm's face, and Malcolm X. So it's kind of cool 2-for-1 to explore both of them, because you're going to see them evoked by every mainstream media news channel. And there's even conservatives are going to be like, see, this is the reason why I believe in like colorblind nonsense, because Martin Luther King once said, the content of their character, and thus I apply that to every racial reaction, every racial relation or dynamic in society. And I've never listened to the entire speech where he says many other things. I just hear that one part about the content of their character, not the color of their skin.
The only part, and like literally, it's gonna happen so many times in February. I think that like we need to put together like some kind of like what is it, like we should just like keep ourselves apprised of the news, right? Especially with everything going on between like the feud with Steven Crowder and the rest of them. You know it's gonna happen. You know he's gonna say some shit and he's gonna quote it. It's gonna come out of his fat.
They do it every year. Every year they're like, guess what? Martin Luther King loved capitalism and was totally not radical whatsoever. He was just a super nice guy that was like, please stop being mean to Black people.
They don't even go that far.
He said please enough times, and he certainly did not think that there needed to be any wealth redistributed policies along racial lines, because that wouldn't be the color of their skin. That would be the color of their skin, not the content of their character.
Yes, that is the only part. They don't care about anything else. They just say like, you know,
Steven Crowder tried to disparage
me not by the color of my skin for saying racist things against Black people. Judge me for the content of my character.
Martin Luther King would not have approved of what you're doing right now.
Exactly.
Yeah, and even Steven Crowder went as far as to like try to do like an expose of fucking Martin Luther King being like, he was a fucking promiscuous womanizer.
He fucked a crackhead and like blah blah blah. He like, yeah. That's Steven Crowder.
So at best they whitewash him. At worst they just like adopt whatever J. Edgar Hoover was saying about Martin Luther King to disparage him. Because also something I won't tell you, Martin Luther King had like a 13% approval rate at the time of his death. Most people in the United States fucking hated him. He was not this like glorious darling of the civil rights movement. He was a fucking subversive dissident up until his assassination.
Literally,
his reputation has been co-opted into the liberal interpretation of civil rights. The gift that we gave to Black people.
What?
You didn't know about this?
What gift?
Oh, I'm saying, you know what I'm saying, right? I'm saying that like the liberal orthodoxy makes it seem like civil rights is a gift that we gave to Black people. Here's your rights. You asked nicely. You asked politely for long enough. Now you can, have some rights.
This is the gift. Gift, and it's more like we lowered the gun from like their temple or something, and
So I'm absolutely fucking stoked to fucking read this. And I think we're going to, even if it doesn't have some of the things, we might include some other King speeches where he makes like his support of Ho Chi Minh, where he visits Guyana. He visits, oh my God. Ghana. He visits Ghana and he visits Kwame Nkrumah and praises Ghana under Kwame Nkrumah, who is a Marxist Leninist. Things that are not talked about by Martin Luther King. Also, we already know about this guy. We know that he was hanging with Castro down in Harlem. We know that he was saying that Mao was based.
He was hanging with like a bunch of different people.
Yeah. Oh,
So
Nasser was there. I think Nasser was down there.
I think he may have briefly met Nasser.
There was like a United Nations thing in New York City, and it's like the cool kids went down to Harlem to smoke or something like that. It's like all the nerds at UN were getting together, and Malcolm X and Fidel Castro and Nasser were like, "Yo, let's."
However, he also allegedly made friends with like one of the Saudi princes when he went on Hajj. So like, it could have gone either way, but it was more likely that he was going to go, the other way. But whatever. We're going to raid into Benny tonight. She's probably doing something fun.
I respect that because I do feel like Kwame Nkrumah has his own like Africanized kind of version that actually I believe it like contends with like the cultural history of Ghana as well. Like it takes in a indigenous perspective to it as well, and instead of like being like progressive past that, includes it within its Marxist structure. So we got to study him too. I mean, there's so many books, but one day at a time. So.
We really do. I feel like if anything, you probably would have seen had he been allowed to live, you probably would have seen Tommy like probably like reach out to him and get like closer with him later in life.
Sankara?
Yeah,
absolutely. All right, guys. Well, I think this is our longest stream to date. So,
dude, we're almost at like 5 fucking hours, man.
Thank you for being a part of it. La salam, everyone. And we'll see you on Wednesday for a far more relaxed stream. Have a good night.
Yeah, I'm done trying to get somebody to come on.
Soon they'll have no choice. Soon they'll be begging us. Soon they'll be begging us.
They'll be begging us.
And we'll remember.
Yeah, we'll remember the real ones. Like Ben. All right. Did it do it? Is it going to let me raid? All right, there we go. You'll see. You'll all see.
Who's the nobody now?
La salam. Stay strong out there. See you Friday, 6 o'clock.